The Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, ACPN Lagos State presents Continuing Education Conference 2025. Theme: Transforming Community Pharmacy Practice through Collaboration, Research, and Innovation. Special guests of honor: Pharmacist Ayuba Tanko Ibrahim, FPSN, MIAD, MBA, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Guests of honor: Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashehu Ahmed, FPSN, FPCPharm, Registrar, CEO, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. Professor Moji Adeyeye, Director General, NAFDAC. Chairman Opening Ceremony: Pharmacist Jimi, Agbaje, FPSN, Chairman, BOT, PSN. Chairman Day 2, CEC 2025, Pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo, FPSN, Group Managing Director, Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited. Chief Host, Pharmacist Ezeh Igwekama, National Chairman, Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, ACPN. Keynote Speaker, Pharmacist Wannang, FPSN. Speakers, Pharmacist Dr. Foluke Ayeni, Pharmacist Timileyin Ogungbe, Mr. Zaid Maluf, MD CEO 7up PLC. Co-host Pharmacist Olakunle FPSN, Chairman PSN Lagos State Branch. Host Pharmacist Ayeni, Chairman ACPN Lagos State Branch. Date March 11 to 12, 2025. Venue Yard 158 Event Center, opposite Citadel, Oregon, Ikeja. Time 8 a.m. This hybrid event will be streamed live on PharmaStream TV YouTube channel. Subscribe today to get instant live notifications when the event goes live. Announcers: Pharmacist Olaide Shueton, Chairman, CEC Planning Committee. Pharmacist Great Ikoni, CEC CPC Co-Chair.
Hello, this is Les Brown. You have something special. You have greatness within you. You know, in our first conversation together, I talked about the fact that in order to manifest your...
I have an effective and long-lasting relief for your knee pain. Silent Pass. Just patch it. Back pain, Silent Pass. Just patch it. Leg pain, Silent Pass. Just patch it. Shoulder pain, Silent Pass. Just patch it.
Good morning, colleagues. Do we have colleagues in the house? Good morning, colleagues. Please help me look to your right and to your left. Welcome the person you're seated with. Tell the person you're welcome. If the person is not greeting you well, please relocate. Relocate from where you are to another country. So just pick another country. Why is it that we don't have people seated somewhere in front? Is this Nigeria? Everybody has relocated to Canada. This is Canada, right? Okay, I was just joking now. I know. Because everybody is now relocating. Very soon, don't worry, you all relocate to my village in Ijebode. Because in Ijebode, we have internet. So we are going to have train, and then all the things you want in life, you find it in Ijebode. All right, so we are starting right now. So we just want to prepare us. Please, if you are for this conference, we'd like you to please come inside the hall. My name is Ayobadi Joko, one of the co-compares for this event. And with me is...
It's Rachel Fafuri.
All right, so we'll be working together to ensure we have a fantastic conference. And we sincerely want to crave your indulgence to help us so that we can make this a worthy experience for every one of us. So please, in about 2 minutes' time, officially we start. So bear with us. We're just trying to buy time for some of our other colleagues to join us. This all should have been filled up by now. but we are starting in 2 minutes. So on behalf of the organizers and the executive of ACPN Lagos, we say welcome to this conference. God bless you. 2 minutes, we'll be back officially to start. Officially, we're starting right now. Welcome to 2025 Continuing Education Conference powered by ACPN Lagos. And I'm very sure everybody is looking forward to this fantastic event. It holds annually, and this year promises to be very superb. It's going to give you a different experience from what you've had before. And I want us to please look forward to the excitement and the great conversations we're going to have today and tomorrow at this conference. So officially, I'll tell you, welcome to the 2025 Continuing Education Conference powered by ACPN Lagos. And we are starting now. To give the opening prayer, I would like to powerfully invite one of us to please come on stage to give the opening prayer. Please welcome with me with a round of applause, Pharmacist Olaleye Olakiton. Please, a round of applause as she comes forward to give the opening prayer. Please help me pass this information around. If you are for our conference, you should be seated by now. We're trying to keep to time. We should have started officially at 9. Though it started at 8, we've played some motivational videos for us between 8 and 9. For those that were around, you saw it. And now the conference officially starts now. So we're starting with an opening prayer, and one of us will lead us greatly. Let's go. Please, may we rise for the opening prayer.
Thank you, Famayo. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Good morning. All right, because we need to be in the right spirit for the conference. And so we're going to be praying. Shall we pray? Our Father and our Lord, we want to thank you. We want to take this time to appreciate you for our lives. We want to thank you for the profession of pharmacy. And particularly, we want to thank you for Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria. We want to thank you for the past continuing education conferences that we've had. And particularly, we want to thank you for the one that is kicking off for 2025 edition. We are grateful. We say accept our thanks in Jesus' name. Father, Lord, as we go into the program, starting today up until tomorrow, we ask that you will bless every part of the program, that it shall serve the purpose for which it has been put together, which is to enlighten colleagues, which is to improve our profession, our practice, and even the care that we give humanity. We ask for every participant, every delegate, every speaker, every company, every sponsor, that this whole entire program will be beneficial to everyone in the name of Jesus. For all our colleagues that are yet to be here, we ask that one way or the other, their steps will be quickened. And Lord, even as we kick off now, only your name will be glorified. Thank you, Father, for hearing us. In Jesus' great and mighty name, we have prayed. Amen. Thank you very much. Please, can we have a seat? And I use the opportunity to also welcome us to 2025 CEC, which promises to not just update us, but upskill us and help us improve in our practice and skills. I'll be handing over now to the anchor because I'm not the anchor, so I'm not going to do their job. From Rachel and from AY, please let's put our hands together for them.
Okay, so I'll crave the indulgence of every one of us to stand up to our feet as we take the national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Very much. Ladies and gentlemen, so right now, the conference has started. And please, if you have a colleague that is not here with us, please help us call them. Because every community pharmacist in Lagos is expected to be seated here today. Last week, I was speaking to a colleague, and I asked that we are going to stay at this conference. And I was surprised when the colleague told me that I won't be there, and I asked why. So I'm not available, Joe. And I'm like, why? So I understand that the attitude of some of us might not be encouraging, but just a little push can encourage somebody to change his or her mind to be here today. So this all should have been packed full, because every community pharmacist at least should be on ground today. It is when you put relevance in something, that is when you understand that this thing is important to you. This conference is an opportunity to network. It's an opportunity to upscale. It's an opportunity to meet people. It's an opportunity to learn. It's an opportunity to update what we know. It's not just an ordinary conference. And I want to appeal to every one of us. Let the difference show in you, so that when people see your practice and your colleagues even see that something is different about your practice out there, you can point to the fact that I was honored and privileged to be at the 2025 CEC conference in Lagos, and you learned a lot of things and you applied it to your practice. So please, it's not just a gathering to sit and watch. Please let us take down notes, actionable steps that we can do differently, and I believe it will be for the betterment of our practice by the special grace of God. Amen. All right, so please, we are honored to have in our midst already seated the keynote speaker for this opening day conference. Please, a round of applause as I especially recognize in our midst Professor Noel and Wannang, FPSN. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. All right, so without wasting our time, I'll quickly like to bring forward the chairman of the planning committee. Please help me welcome Pharmacist Olaide Shoeton as she comes to give her welcome remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I can see that we are all looking very radiant. You're all welcome to the 2025 edition of the Continuing Education Conference, CEC 2025. Okay, so a short background. My first CEC was around, the first CEC I attended was in 2010. Yeah, 2010. Then we used to use NECA House. And I got to that conference and I was wowed. Then I still used to be in another company. I was the regional manager. So I was attending as a spectator, so to say, because I wasn't invited, but I just found myself there. And then, honestly, since that time, I went away with a very lasting impression that has taken me through the years, even till now. At that conference, I saw the way everybody sat. I mean, that was the sanest conference, pharmacy conference, I'm sorry to say, that I attended, because as a marketer, I know those days when we come for conferences and everywhere is just rowdy, you want to make presentation, now after 2 minutes, they'll say, oh yeah, please, cut the mic. I'm like, what is this? But that CEC conference, even as a professional, I was very proud because everywhere was well arranged and then everybody sat down. All the sessions went on smoothly and I was like, something I wanted to identify with, and I'm pleased today that I've had that opportunity to sustain that relationship. So also, I made some valuable friendships from that day, like Pharm Charles, where is he? Pharm Charles, the current assistant, the current vice chairman, sorry. That was the first time I met him, and over the years, we have done a lot of business together, just at that CEC. So if I had not come that day, I probably wouldn't have met him, and then the kind of impactful relationship that we have had over the years. So I want to enjoin every one of you, please. If you are sitting beside somebody that you already know, I think you should relocate. Try to meet other people. It's an opportunity for us to network. Okay, so I'm here again because I was here last year, and I was pleased to be there last year, and I think some years ago, there was someone that said that if Pikin no pass, you must repeat class. So probably I did not pass. That's why they told me to organize this program again. So I'm repeating the class. Okay, so my speech, or my welcome address, sorry. The chairman, opening ceremony, distinguished keynote address speaker, fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, honored guests, valued colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you once again to extend a warm welcome to all of you at the 2025 edition of the Continuing Education Conference, CEC, of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, Lagos State. It is with all humility and a profound sense of duty that I acknowledge the honor bestowed upon me to chair the planning of yet another conference that sets ACPN Lagos apart from all other states. Once again, we have demonstrated that the slogan, Echo for Show, is not lip service, but a mantra that we live by. This year's edition is no doubt an improvement on 2024 edition because we took feedback from all stakeholders to guide us in executing a conference that everyone can identify with and know that their voices truly count. While the CEC is a chance for professional growth, we realize the critical role that community pharmacists play as SMEs that are the building blocks of Nigeria's economy in shaping the affairs of our nation. It is with this mindset that we have carefully curated a truly engaging conference that addresses the needs of healthcare entrepreneurs that our members are. If you ask any seasoned businessman for a prescription for success, collaboration, innovation, and research would probably come up as critical areas that must not be overlooked. Permit me to say that the theme of this conference, transforming community practice through collaboration, research, and innovation, is no mere coincidence. Our keynote speaker, in the person of Professor Noel Wannang, FPSN, has transcended a great distance to speak to us on the theme of the conference. We are also honored to have a seasoned CEO in the person of Mr. Zayed Malouf, the MD of 7up Bentley Company, who will be sharing nuggets with fellow CEOs on how to run sustainable businesses that can scale to become giants in their fields. We have long touted about how AI can transform our practices and left many colleagues confused, wondering how this can be actualized. A fellow resourceful colleague, in the person of Pharm Timeyi Ogungbe, will handle a practical workshop demonstrating how AI can transform pharmacy practice. Then we have Pharm Foluke Ayeni, who will be joining us from the Fountain of Knowledge to share insights on how to incorporate research at the level of the community pharmacy. In the light of the recent development within the industry, the regulatory authorities have graciously accepted to participate in a panel session, which will take place tomorrow. At the end of the 2-day event, I want to believe that the transformation of every community pharmacist in attendance would have been set in motion. Many volunteers collaborated to plan and execute this program, and we remain immensely grateful for every contribution of man-hours, manpower, resources, and support in all dimensions. To the resilient members of the Conference Planning Committee, please, can we have members of the Conference Planning Committee stand up, please? Because obviously I didn't do this alone. I worked with a very dynamic team, and I would like them to please stand up for recognition. Pharmaceuticals. So please help me give them a round of applause. If you are impressed by what you see today, please kindly give them a round of applause. Okay, you may have your seat. To the resident members of the Conference Planning Committee, your labor of love is not in vain. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to all partner companies, most especially those who have become our anchor sponsors, that this program continues to deliver value to members on an annual basis. To all participants, I encourage you to interact, share perspectives, and absorb the valuable insights that will transform your practice and elevate your business to become a stakeholder of repute in the pharma industry in Nigeria. Finally, I bid you welcome and wish you a memorable event filled with insightful discussions that will transform your practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Please, let's put our hands together once again for her. Okay, thank you. So to take us further in the program, we'll be welcoming the Lagos State ACPN chairman to give his welcome address. Put your hands together for Pharm to Adeyeye.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues. Good morning, everyone. I want to appreciate us for being here, taking out time to be at our conference. To my amiable mentor and father, the chairman, board of trustees, Daddy, you're welcome, sir. To our wonderful keynote speaker, all the way from the city of Jos, thank you for coming, Professor Noel and Wannang. And to all our distinguished colleagues across Lagos, we are so excited to have you. It's our program, it's our show, it's our event. We've all worked hard, we've all worked tirelessly to make this happen. Like we all know, pharmacy is a noble profession. Pharmacy is a profession to beat. Pharmacy is a profession that everybody wants to have. And it's important that we continue to occupy our place in the scheme of things, not just in the healthcare industry, but in all facets of life. We are so excited to have you. We are so excited to have everyone at this event. And we know that we're going to have a good time at the end of the day. Permit me to say a few things. First and foremost, to announce to us that our brochures will soon be here. Apologies that we don't have it here yet, but we need to let us know that they will soon be here so that all of us can follow the proceedings. And secondly, on a very sad note, our chairman for the occasion would also not be with us. For many of us that already know, he lost his mom yesterday, and unavoidably, he has to be away. But we'll still move ahead, and God helping us, it will be a wonderful time together. Permit me to read at this moment. It's an honor to welcome you all to the annual Continuing Education Conference of the ACPN Lagos for the year 2025. I'd like to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for taking out time to be here today. The theme for this year's conference is transforming community pharmacy practice through collaboration, through research, and through innovation. This topic would not have been more relevant than a time like this. Pharmacy practice has evolved from the days of traditional medicine to that of the apothecaries, to when pharmacy education started, and when recently to the era of clinical pharmacy, where practitioners play more direct roles in patient care. And then to the era of pharmacotherapy, focused on optimizing patient care and use for best outcomes. And then now we're celebrating interprofessional collaboration for best outcomes for the patient. Like we all know, we usually say the patient is the most important personality in the healthcare delivery team. Whether we like it or not, what everybody does is about the patient. So we can't afford to say, oh yes, my patient or your patient. All that won't be necessary. It's our patient. And that's why the most important in the healthcare affair. So we have also had a huge involvement of research and data. alongside pharmacogenomics for more precise interventions. Many of the things we see happen in other parts of the world, and then we ask ourselves, why should Nigeria be different? So, but we believe we're also going there. We believe we're innovating, and that's part of why we are here today. That's why we want to talk about research. That's why we want to talk about collaboration, so that even as pharmacists, we want to see what every other practitioner is also doing and see how we team up for better outcomes on behalf of our patients. So the use of IT and AI in patient care can be overemphasized. I'm very sure we can all relate with this. Before your patients come to your pharmacy, before they come to your practice space, they've already done a lot of Google, they've done a lot of research, and as you are mentioning one thing, they're also echoing it on the other side. But of course, you don't want to show that, yes, you know more than them. You just play along, and then where they miss it, you try and put them through. But it's better that we talk about it again so that we see how to make it better and how to scale up in the use of AI and IT to optimize our practice. So in the words of Charles Darwin, it is not the strongest of the species that survives. Neither is it the most intelligent, but the one that is adaptable to change. So we can't afford to be rigid. We can't afford to be static. We can't afford to continue to do things the same way and expect there to be a difference. And that defines the very essence of CEC 2025, when we were trying to ask ourselves what theme to use for the conference. So the change phenomenon is the only constant thing. The external environment would always change. And it's important that as practitioners, we also continue to evolve, we continue to innovate, and we continue to adapt so that we can always be on the front line and delivering the best to the patients that we serve. So regular innovations in the practice space is non-negotiable. Evolving global trends are also a reality around us. The things we do now are more data-driven and more research-driven. The more involvement of data in the things we do, the more accurate, the more precise, the more impactful they will be at the end of the day. And that's why we must all embrace change. We can't afford to keep on saying, yeah, this is how we used to do it. Before you were born, that is how we have been doing it. And it must continue to be like that. We must be ready to adapt. We must be ready to change. We must be ready to innovate and scale up for the best outcomes. So bearing in mind that true change starts from within, it means that we are the ones that will also have to change. If we don't change, then nothing changes on the outside. So we must change ourselves so that it can impact on the services that we render. So, and how does change come? Change comes through internalization of all the things that will be coming across to us today as we go through the presentations, the various presentations that have been loaded into this program. So we want to appreciate our speakers. Like I mentioned earlier on, Professor Noel Wannang, our keynote speaker. We want to appreciate Mr. Ziad Malouf, who has become more like a member of the family. By the time he comes around, I'm sure we're going to see a bomb in the house. He assured me, he said, don't worry, I'm coming and I'm coming big. Even though that won't be today, that will be tomorrow. I want to assure us, colleagues, nobody here should say, I will do day one and miss day two. Make sure you do your day one and get a full dose on the second day. And I know that Dr. Foluke Ayeni is also ready for us. Pharmacist Timeyi Ogungwe is also ready for us. So let's sit back, let's relax, let's enjoy the conference, let's have a wonderful time. I want to also take this time to appreciate our planning committee. They've worked tirelessly. Many a times I just sit back, I don't talk, I just watch what they do, make inputs here and there. But they've been so intentional, so tenacious, and so hardworking to deliver what we have today. Please join me to appreciate them. Our planning committee, ably led by Pharmacist Laide Shoeton. And we said, we can all remember, we had a conference at Oluyole last year, and then we had one of us that was actually more like an ambassador of Lagos State. That was the chairman of the CPC that midwifed that conference. And we said, how can we have a talent like this that went to do it at the national level, and then we'll come back home and be sitting down. She said, I want to rest. I said, well, you'll be resting while you are making inputs into the conference. So we had to make her the co-chair of this committee, and believe you me, she was like a catalyst for all the things that were done in that, in the course of the planning. Please join me to appreciate Pharmacist Grace, Ikani, and every other member of that planning committee. Higher you will continue to go by the special grace of God. And to the Executive Committee of Lagos State, ACPN, that we all elected. All of us, sat together and chose these people to go represent us, to go serve us. I must announce to the House that these people have worked so hard. This team has been so dedicated, so united, so bonded. And that's why we're seeing the results that we're seeing today. And it can only get better. It can only get better. The executives in the House, can we please wave our hands if we're there? Pharmacist Isaac Olufumini, Pharmacist Chudi Ezeh, my immediate past chairman, Pharmacist Lawrence Ekato, and every other executive member that may be working behind the scene that are not in the hall at the moment. And they have told me to announce to you that the work is just starting. The second year is going to be bigger, it's going to be greater. The results are going to be phenomenal. So I want to appreciate you for coming one more time, and I want to encourage you that we sit back, let's enjoy all that has been packaged and loaded into this conference, and at the end of the day, we'll all live here, changed people, transform people, loaded with potentials and capacities to go innovate out there and deliver better practices. Thank you so very much, and welcome.
A round of applause for ACPN Chairman Lagos State. Yes, we appreciate you for all that you do and you continue to do. It's in the second time, in case you don't know. First time is over. Second time. Are you going to come in for third time? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this time I want us to check in. When you get to the airport, you have to check in. How many of us has checked in today? Have you collected your boarding pass? Are we ready? So let's bring out our phone and take a selfie right now. We want to trend on social media. Let's do that. Everybody, bring out your smartphones. All pharmacists should carry smartphones. Nobody's using door phone here, right? So let's keep those smartphones working. So everybody, bring out your phone. It's check-in time. I can't see phones. Pharmacists, what are we using? Balasa. ACPN chairman, I think we need a loan, no? We need to empower pharmacists. I trust you. Let's bring it out. Some of us are using 3, some are using 4. Hey, if you have 4 phones, bring out the 4 phone. You are taking 4 pictures. So let's do that. Please take selfie alone and take selfie with the person you are seated with. And you can say proudly at ACPN Lagos CNC 2025. The official hashtag is hashtag CEC 2025. So please, we are doing that right now. If you don't do it, I'm not going on stage. Yes, very important. Please pick somebody very special beside you and take a selfie with that person. So you can put together at CEC 2025. Very, very important. Because tomorrow if that person becomes a senator, you can brag and say we were at the conference together last year. Is that not so? So if I were you, I would smile very well. So that when you go to Abuja to have access, if they say you can't see, just show them that picture. You say, okay, you are madam's friend. Go inside. The person can be the next Alafin, or the next Alake, or the next president, or the next whatever it is. We are all going places by the special grace of God. I believe your next year will be bigger and better than this year. So please, I want us to be very optimistic. Pharmacists, we can take over. And God has given us all that we need to do that. So please take this picture with all the intention required. Yes, intentionally. You are taking it because you know. It's either you are bragging with this picture next year or your neighbor is bragging with somebody will brag with that picture. That is my prayer. So are we done? It looks as if some people are looking for network. All right. Thank you. Also, I've been informed to tell us all that we have our exhibition stands. At least we all saw it when we were coming in. These are partners. They've done so much to ensure that we have another fantastic conference this year, and we are grateful. They are looking forward to our collaboration. So please, we are going to declare when the exhibition stand is officially open. At that time, even as part of the program, we are taking about 30 to 35 minutes break for every one of us to flood the exhibition stand. We're intentional about that. So please, while the conference is ongoing, please, we want us to be seated here to learn. And when it's time for us to visit the stands, it will be announced that everybody can now move to the stands. So please, we don't want to divide the all, while some people are learning, some are shopping. So please, we are partners in progress, and we want us to partner with them at the appropriate time. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have in our midst our father. He has been with us, he's still with us, and he will continue to be with us. Pharmacist Sir Adeyeye Oshinoike. Please, a round of applause for our daddy. You're welcome in our midst, the chairman of BOT ACPN. We celebrate you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're also honored to have seated with him before she had left one of our speakers tomorrow, Pharmacist Timenyi Ogungbe. We know her as anti-pharmacist. Please, a round of applause for her. She was right here in front some minutes ago. Tomorrow she'll be speaking about AI, artificial intelligence in community pharmacy. A lot of us have been looking forward to how can we leverage on the advent of AI right now that's taking over the world. AI has come to stay. So the question is, how can you and I leverage on the vast opportunities that AI has for our practice? AI has done so well. It has the good side and it has the bad side. My son, all of a sudden, he stopped asking me for help anytime he wants to do homework. He's always on ChatGPT asking all the questions. ChatGPT, give me 3 types of accounts. He will go there and then we'll give him answer. I say, all of a sudden, that is useless in this house. So that's the power of AI. That is AI for you. So please, as pharmacists, your patients that are coming to meet you, they've engaged AI before they came. So now imagine you don't know what AI has told the person, and you are still downloading old syllabus. The person will just feel that you are not relevant in the scheme of things. So that is why this conference is very important, so that we can see how to upgrade our practice, and our community can definitely benefit from this a great deal. So ladies and gentlemen, we also have seated with our father from PCN, the Lagos Zonal Office. Please help me welcome Pharmacist Foluke is with us. Please, a round of applause for him. Please, a round of applause for him. PCN is in the building. How many of you have collected license? It looks as if you have all collected your license, Abi. Or is it showing pending online? I say, please help me celebrate him with a big round of applause. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Tomorrow at the panel that we discuss, PCN is going to play a major role. PCN, NAFDAC, and Naif, they'll be here on stage. And then, please, questions can be forwarded up front. There's a link that's been created, and I'm sure it has been sent to our various groups. Please check the ACPN Lagos group. The link has been sent where we can send our questions ahead of time. So if there are questions you want to ask about registration, about our licensing, about NAFDAC, about everything, so that we can arrange them and give it to them so that they can get the appropriate answers for us when we have arrived for the panel session tomorrow. So please, let's look forward to that. Also, I've been told to inform us that we have feedback links. We want to get feedback on what we have done. I want you to analyze us. How well have we fared? What is needed to be adjusted or to be added to add more flavor to what we do? Feedbacks are very important. So at the end of today, the links will go on our various platforms again. Please sincerely rate us, because we want feedback to get better, so that when next we organize this kind of conference, 2026 should definitely be better than what we did this year. And that is what we are counting on. So please don't forget, every picture that you take around at this conference, put the official hashtag CEC 2025, so that we can leverage on social media to help us aggregate all these pictures together. And the whole world will know that something is definitely happening in Lagos. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of our virtual Goodwill messages will be played on the screen right now. And this is coming from Pudan. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Pharmacist Ochuko Omoraye. Please a round of applause for him as he gives us his Goodwill message.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I ask that you permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I want to thank the chairman of ACPN Lagos for the opportunity to give this goodwill message at this CEC 2025 on behalf of the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria. I want to say congratulations for pulling this off again this year. Well done for the consistency over the years in ensuring that ACPN members are equipped with the tools to deliver exceptional healthcare services to Lagosians. In the light of what has happened over the last couple of weeks, with NAFDAC activities in the open market, the need for a strong supply chain for pharma and healthcare products cannot be overemphasized. This is primarily the reason the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association was formed by pharmacist-owned wholesalers who are in the business of wholesaling and distribution to help bring back integrity and sanity to the supply chain. Podan is a part of the ACPN. It is your own, and it is your responsibility to support us by giving us the business, by buying and paying on time, because as a strong Podan, we are in a position to do good to ACPN. So support us because it is the right thing to do. Support us because as men of honor, we join hands to create trust and to create integrity in the system. We continue to ask you to support us and let us be the source that you can trust for medicines. We also invite other pharmacists and wholesale businesses who are qualified to join us to come on board to help us to bring this integrity that we all desire in our supply chain. So once again, I want to thank the leadership of ACPN Lagos, and I wish you all an amazing conference. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause one more time for him. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are supposed to have some goodwill messages from some of our special guests, but they are not here with us. The ACPN National Chairman is not around at the moment. The FPSN President is also not available at the moment, but we need to move on. As soon as they're around, we'll definitely see how we can put them back in the program. We'll value your time, and we do not want to keep us waiting. So quickly, we are going to take the pharmacy anthem, and then afterwards, the keynote speaker. All right, so before the pharmacy anthem, please, I would like to invite Dr. Foluke on stage. He'll be giving the goodwill message on behalf of the PCN Registrar. Please, a round of applause for him. Dr. Foluke in the house.
The chairman, ACPN, our daddy, the chairman, BOT, other members of the high table, distinguished colleagues, I bring greetings from the Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ibrahim, Babashehu, Ahmed, who wanted to be here really, but because of some pressing and urgent demands, he could not make it. And we were still even expecting, as yesterday he told me he would send a video clip for his goodwill. Actually thought he's already here until a few minutes ago. want to appreciate the ACPN who has consistently maintained this continuing education conference for quite some years now in order to equip and strengthen and shaping members of ACPN in Lagos. This is another plus for the giant stride that we make in Lagos. Kudos to you. The team is very apt at this time. We talk about collaboration, research, and innovation. We know that it's necessary to collaborate with stakeholders, policymakers, academia, and other stakeholders in order to make progress. And research will provide necessary data to drive policy guides as we make progress in our practices. And it's good that we leverage on technology to make more progress as we continue in our practice as community pharmacy. Pharmacy Council of Nigeria is a partner with you, as we all know, in developing policy frameworks and providing enabling environments for our practices to be guaranteed. Recently, we went around Lagos. We chose some places to dislodge the illegal medicine premises that are competing negatively with our community pharmacies. And we did that, and it was quite successful. Of course, we couldn't cover the entire Lagos at the same time. But what we have decided to do, which we are still planning and we do, is to follow up on that by arresting and prosecuting those people that defiantly did not respond to our call after this operation, and then making them to face the wrath of the law. Recently, we heard about the open drug market. We were part and parcel of the enforcement that took place at the open drug market. And we are still on it because the post-enforcement activity are still in progress. And we are believing that by the time we end, we will be able to have a more and better sanitized drug distribution system. We're actually hoping, which is what we're telling them, that the coordinated wholesale centers that is under construction will be done. We're trying to hasten them to be done so that we have a better environment where drugs are stored and then distributed. But remember also, the registrar did right to both people that are distributing, people that are importing, that we should stop supplying the open drug market, because that's what fuels the chaotic system of distribution in Lagos and then to the country. But we discover that almost all notable manufacturers, importers, distributors have their shares in that open drug market. That's what we found out, and many of them were sealed, many drugs were carted from there. But we want you to cooperate with PCN and ensure that we have a good distribution chain, which will definitely impact community pharmacy practice even as we go on in our practice. Before I round off, I want to encourage you all. By now, you should have registered for your premises and yourself so that you are qualified to practice legitimately and legally. I want to wish you a successful deliberation and happy conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please ask your neighbor, have you renewed your license? People are not answering. Have you renewed your license? So, yes. So, we are assuring you that all our licenses are ready. We are ready to come and pick them up. Should we come on Monday, sir? We can come. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the pharmacy anthem. And I would like to bring up pharmacist Foluke Akinriloye, FPSN. Please, a round of applause for her, as she is coming to lead the session. I thought to be clapping. We just celebrated International Women's Day. Come on. Yes, we can do this.
Yeah, welcome everyone. Good morning. We're going to have a great conference. Yes, because it has started well. Please, can I have the ladies, RPNs? We were summoned this morning to assist to lead the PSN pharmacy anthem. Yes, thank you. The ladies I spoke to, please, can you step out majestically? And the pharmacy anthem, please. While the rest of us will be on our feet, please. Thank you so much. God bless you. We need more than one microphone. Let's just share. Please, shall we be on our feet in honor of our noble profession? It's an anthem, and we have to give it a standing ovation. I understand it's after the page 2 of our brochure. If you've downloaded it, it's very big, large there. Please scroll down to it and let us sing together. How many stanzas are we doing? One and last? Okay. Okay, let us start. Who's good at singing? Come now. Oh, yeah, take this mic up. Oh, yeah,
okay. 1, 2, 3. We pharmacists, we're proud of pharmacy. We members all of the glorious PSN. Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As men of honor, we join hands for pharmacy. Pharmacy, we are there. Pharmacy, we are there. We are there. We are there. Wholesaling, we are there. Drug detailing, we are there. Just name it. We are there. We are pharmacists. We are for cooperation with all members of a great national team. Say pharmacists will guide our nation's health, and will prove that pharmacists can hold its own everywhere. Pharmacists, we are there. Drug making, we are there. Dispensing, we are there. Drug retailing, we are there. Wholesaling, we are. Drug detailing, we are there. Pharmacy, we are there. Drug advice, we are there. Just name it, we are there. Nigeria, we are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. So right now, I'm going to be taking the citation of the keynote address speaker. Please, I'll crave our indulgence to have quiet in the audience. So please, Professor Noel Wannang, can you please stand while we take the citation? His CV is quite large, so I will not be taking everything. Just take the introductory part and the conclusion. It's on the page 1, so we can just read through while we do that. Born in Akwanga, present Nasarawa State, on the 25th of December, 1968, to Joseph Bisan, of blessed memory, and Rebecca Makian Wannang. Little Noel, the last born of the family, grew up in Vale, Parkinson, Plateau State, Nigeria. His academic footprints were etched early on the sands of St. Michael Primary School in Akwanga, RCM Whistle in Parkinson, L local government, before he proceeded to the Holy Cross Primary School, Plateau State, where he passed out in 1979. Afterwards, he enrolled in Parkinson Community Secondary School, Jing, then transferred to and graduated to Government Secondary School, Parkinson, in 1984 as the best student. He received his A-level in 1986 from the famous School of Preliminary Studies, Kefi, Nasarawa State, where he came out as the best in his course. He had stints with some of the institution before deciding to, in his words, follow his heart. His heart led him to the prestigious University of Jos, where he obtained his Bachelor of Pharmacy degree in 1992, his master's degree in pharmacology from the Uthman Danfodio University, Sokoto, and also, his thesis was discussed diffuse transactional electrical stimulation in the brain, highlighting the vigor of his intellectual. He had his PhD also in Ahmadu Bello University. Like I said, his CV is quite large, so just not take our time. I'll just read the conclusion parts. I present to you this morning Professor Noel Wannang, a mentor and an erudite academic with an array of superlative achievements, a man who has results, and he has brought honor to his name, honor to his university, honor to WAPC, and honor to all those who have associated with him. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Professor Noel Wannang as he takes his keynote address. You're welcome, sir.
A big round of applause for him. Professor Noel N. Wannang, B.Pharm, MSc, PhD, MSc, LLB, BL, DIP Leadership, PDG, DSc, FPCPharm, FPSN, FWASP, FCHD, FNA-Pharm, Department of Pharmacology and Toxicology, University of Jos, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Pharmacist Noel Wannang. You're welcome. He'll be speaking on transforming community pharmacy practice through collaboration, research, and innovation. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, MC. I want to apologize to the first MC. It is not in my character to submit a strange name. I saw the difficulty in pronouncing Pangshin. I thought it was Pakistan you actually meant. I apologize for going to a village school that is not close to Lagos. My distinguished colleagues here present, in the absence of the chairman, a very perfect gentleman, Jimi Agbaje, whom for obvious reasons is unavoidably absent this morning, one of the persons I had respected in toto, right from my early days in pharmacy school, a very charismatic and visionary leader, a resilient and ebullient pharmacist and politician, and a fervent and a dynamic colleague, personality that I know. To my Papa, the octogenarian, whom I had from distance admired you, especially when you come to PSN conferences with Madame, you have a way of majestically walking together with her. Not once, not twice, I've regretted not marrying a pharmacist. I cherish you, sir. Other distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present, I want to thank you profusely. Lagos ACPN, when I walked in from the gate, I thought I was in a pharmacy conference, the national conference of November. This to me is as organized or better organized than the PSN conferences I have attended. So probably this is the beginning of a research, a pilot study of PSN conferences. I want to thank Lagos and especially the CPC to have invited me. I'm so thrilled to be here today. I am actually impressed with the bravery of the organizing committee for inviting me all the way from Jos. I call it bravery because here in Lagos, you have a lot of intellects and cerebrals, yet they took the risk of inviting a stranger all the way from Jos. Not just to come and give a keynote address, but to equally give a keynote address and missed erudite, sophisticated, magnificent, and educated pharmacist in Lagos. No doubt, Lagos is the epitome of pharmacy practice. But on another thought, instincts told me that I should not celebrate my invitation for coming because it looks to me as if it was an ambush. Because first, the ACPN chairman called me and we spoke on phone, and the true caller, he told me his name was Tope. And I knew Tope to be a feminine name, so I replied to him, Ma. He corrected me and said he's a male. I said, I'm sorry. Not quite long again, I received another call from Moji. For those of you that do not know, Moji School is one of the best universities in Nigeria, University of Jos. When I received a call from Moji again, who was my schoolmate, and indeed my senior in the university, and for those of you that don't know, she was the best graduating student of her set again. Then I said, probably they are trying to trick me to allay my fears. The same Moji was conscripted again in another general meeting with the LOC members, CPC members, and others. And she put her phone on speaker. And she told me that I was on speaker, they were listening to me. I became more worried. I became more panicked because the discussion ended that there's going to be a question and answer session with Moji, the best graduating student in our set, in the panel that will ask me questions. A professor coming all the way from Lagos. I said, I can smell the embarrassment is enlarging. But I am confident I will definitely not panic because I am in the midst of my colleagues, my friends, my lead in the choir, in the national and the pharmacy anthem had been a very, very nice friend, mama to all of us. With you around, I know I'm confident we shall have a successful keynote. But I want to promise you something, please. I will do my best not to make you sleep while I present the keynote. But please, if along the line you have to doze off, don't worry, I won't take it personal. Let's have your slides, sir. I think I'm better with the slides all through now. Thank you. The slide you are seeing to the left, that is a story of a certain man called Thomas Edison, his teacher and his mother. Edison had a very terrible performance in class. And the teacher wrote a letter to the mother and sealed it and gave the son. And in the letter she wrote, your son is too dull, foolish, and mentally retarded. We won't let him to come to school anymore. Thomas, who was so dull, did not read the letter. He couldn't have read it because he was dull. He took the letter to the mother and gave the mother. The mother looked at the letter, read it, and on second thought, she decided otherwise. When Thomas asked her, what did the teacher say? She now replied to him, pretended to be reading that letter. She said, your son is a genius. This school is too small for him and doesn't have teachers good enough to teach a genius like him. Please teach him yourself. There, the young Thomas was happy. At least his challenges and weaknesses were not exposed. And the woman took the pains to train her child. She didn't look at the challenges. She focused on his abilities and his strength. The rest is history. Thomas became the discoverer of electricity, and that is why we're here today. That's why I'm able to hold this microphone and discuss with you. Without him, science would not have been revolutionized. He never knew the content until the mother died, and one day he went to the box searching, and he found that same letter, opened it and read the same thing, read contrary to what the mother told him. He read that your son is too dull, foolish, and mentally retarded. We won't let him come to this school anymore. Then he knew what the mother did to him, went to her graveside, knelt down and cried profusely. But God knows Thomas changed the history of science. The man to your right, down the screen there, I can bet my life, anybody older than 2 years old in this world must have tested his product, must have seen his product, must have known his product. And I can bet my life too, plenty of you seated here do not know that that man is your colleague. His name is John Stitch Pemberton, the discoverer of Coca-Cola. How did he discover Coca-Cola? He was a colonel in the army, got shot in battle. And then he kept on taking morphine, taking drugs. Eventually got addicted to morphine. And he knew the implication of morphine. He now made up his mind. He needed something else to reduce the pain and yet make him devoid of being an addict. And of course, he mixed some leaves and sugar, which gave the taste of what eventually was called Coca-Cola in Georgia, Atlanta. Until date, Coca-Cola is one drink that is the most popular in the whole world. Today, ACPN Lagos is willing and ready to follow the path of the greats in collaboration, in research and innovation. Like Thomas Edison, who didn't have a good start, but he later picked up in life and became one of the renowned fire scientists in the world. Like John Stitt, who turned addiction to research. So shall all of us here seated today transform our tribulations to triumph. So shall all of us seated here today transform our vices to virtue, as posited in the Bible, Ecclesiastes 7:8. Better be the end than the beginning. Certainly, I must tell you, Lagos is always a standard. Who could ever believe that this Lagos we are seeing, upper left, at a point in time, jammed with several vehicles, disorganized, the highest level of entropy was found in Lagos. Hardly do you believe that there are sane persons in Lagos. But believe it or not, everything turned. For those of you that do not know too, I cut my teeth in pharmacy training here in Lagos, where I did my internship at Lagos University Teaching Hospital. My boss, Okpanuga, is seated somewhere there. I appreciate you. We were here during the rowdiness of Lagos. When I came back to Lagos 5 years ago, 5 years later, I found out that it is a different Lagos, an organized Lagos. I didn't know that it could be possible. Then I remember cities like Dubai. I remember cities like Singapore. I remember cities like Spain. From nowhere from such a chaotic situation, they found themselves in a luxurious centers. That is the story of vision. That is the story of research. That is the story of innovation. And indeed, that is the story of strategic planning. I'm not surprised that ACPN is holding the bull by the horn today. Collaboration, research, and innovation are the engine room of today's economy. When you look at other professionals, journalism, medicine, engineering, they have all revolutionized. They have all imbibed innovation, research, and collaboration. When you look at journalism, for instance, in those days, early in the morning, you buy newspapers and sit down and read hard copies. But today, seated here, you can use your handsets because of advanced technology. 24 hours, you can read your news. The journalism change in research and innovation created a change in customers' behavior, and then there was a total shift in business models. When you look at other courses like medicine too, they transformed from advanced technology, they went into personalized medicines, and they eventually came into genomics. Engineering, then you talk about robotics. Then the big question, pharmacy, specifically community pharmacy practice. All these transformations, they undergo the same process. And I'll tell you, make no mistake, Lagos State shall begin the transformation, shall begin the innovation, the collaboration, and the research. And the outcome shall remain the template for other states and other PSN to follow. In truth, we all graduated from various universities, and some of you came from prestigious University of Jos, but you believe me that even there too, we were not taught any course on success. No university teaches you. Permit me to sound a warning. Nobody gets relevance by mere watching. Like what Al Capone will always say, if you are not on the table, you are on the menu. We must up our game. We have a lot of challenges, especially from patents. If we continue to do community pharmacy the way we do, there will not be any difference between we and the patents. Community pharmacy should not be viewed from the prism of business and wealth. And most unfortunately, the majority of practitioners look at it from that perspective. It should be viewed from the prism of rendering service. No two ways about that. It is through these services that we get rewarded. Permit me not to digress again and focus on the day. Our mindsets should first and foremost be transformed so that our mindset should be the expected outcomes of tomorrow. If we do not change in the way we practice, it is as good as giving paracetamol to somebody with cancer. Or better still, we continue to play like sitting on a barber's chair, turning and turning in the same place, changing ways without changing the system. And that is not our portion. We are not in class. I will not be defining terms. But the slide you are seeing, there are some 3 keywords here. Collaboration, research, and innovation. Innovation in the engine room for collaboration, and the fulcrum of the tree is the research. Please, each time we say research, don't look at research in the same area that I do. Carrying test tubes, failing solution A and B, pouring it into starch, color change blue, and a record. That is not the kind of research that we are talking about. I am referring to daily operational research that we do every day. And interestingly, pharmacists in community pharmacy, you are sitting on a bunch of results. You are sitting on a bunch of opportunities. You have the laboratory, which is your premises. No doubt again, you have the chemicals and the reagents, which are the patients that we see around. The only thing that we have not been able to coordinate is the power of thinking. And I'll tell you, thinking alone is power. Have we ever conceived, wherever we practice, that seated in your hall you can bring a lot of research opportunities, which I am going to give you some here. Look at this topic. Medication adherence amongst patients with chronic illnesses. I can't do that research. Even if I will do it, I need community pharmacists. You sit in your pharmacies and you see patients with diabetes, with hypertension, with asthma, with so many chronic illnesses. You interact with them on a daily basis. Is it possible to consider their medication adherence and then bring out a paper from it, even if it is a short communication? Is it possible to have a topic like patients' perception of medication cost and its effects on adherence? No doubt. Take it or leave it, we have patients that had to remain non-adherent because of cost. Even we seated. I could remember one funny instance. I found myself in US sometimes back with my wife, and walking around New York, and I saw a place that they were selling palm wine. And I told my wife that I will need to have a taste of this palm wine. I entered the place together with her and requested for a cup. And the lady there, a very pretty looking girl, good courtesy, she told me that a cup was $25. Then $1 was 800. $1 was 800 naira. When I did a simple conversion, it was about 20,000 naira for a glass cup of palm wine. I immediately looked at the cost and I walked out, told my wife we should go. I was imagining buying 20,000 naira for a cup, what I can use to harvest the entire palm wine in my village. I decided not to take that cup. And my wife was not happy with me. She kept saying, I embarrassed her. And I turned to her and said, it's not a crime. You can buy it. I will drink it. And she left and told me she would never follow me for any outing again. I am a disgrace to Nigerians. But of course, my $25 was saved. I can tell you, there are several persons here too in our society that because of the cost of our drugs, it affects adherence. Have we ever thought of concepting a research topic to present for publication? Let us look at another topic. Assessing community pharmacists' involvement in mental services or any other disease. Evaluating the impact of community-based antimicrobial stewardship program. Assess health literacy levels in Ikeja, probably. Or evaluating patient satisfaction with community pharmacy services in Nigeria or in Ikeja. Who does that? It has to be you in community pharmacy. But you will not know. Not as if you are not capable of doing. By our training, we are robustly trained to execute any research proposal, any research. But we have not really thought or concepted about doing that. My student in Abuad, undergraduate, 600 level now in pharmacy, she brought a topic to me, and very interesting topic. She was talking about using the use of mobile apps to improve patient care and outcomes. And such a beautiful proposal. Who else could have done it? Community pharmacist. I can go over and over so many of these research topics, which if you want, I can give them to you. Assessing the common prescription drugs that are obtained without a prescription. Of course, this will bring us close to policy. There are things we do. If we had crystallized these ideas into a research, into publication, it's going to help a lot in changing policies. I listened with pain when my PCN rep was talking about sanitizing some shops in Lagos, when my PCN rep was talking about the illegality of a lot of practices in Lagos. And now I'm reconciled it with some things that we can do. I could remember some times back when road safety brought the wearing of seatbelt. And road safety insisted you must wear seatbelt, if not you'll be arrested. And everybody, when you are driving, until you see road safety in front, you quickly pull your seatbelt and wear. Till date, people still do it. But the truth is the road safety persons are talking about your safety. Which means you don't need to compel. You don't need a compulsion. Let us consciously know that it is wrong to drive without a seatbelt because it is good for our own safety. By the time you consciously educate people, people will do the fight for you. People will do it. So even when you decide road safety to prosecute people, you are going to have the support and sympathy of the populace. And that is what my problem is always when we compel, when we force people into doing some things. I could remember in the floor of ASU, I also raised this issue to them on the Congress. When they were talking about ASU strike, and then ASU was talking about revitalization, 200 billion, 400 billion to be given to universities. Naturally, a common person would believe that university lecturers are demanding for the 200 billion, 400 billion. Those that finish University of Jos. When you go to the University of Jos today, you may be able to identify some of the chairs you sat 30 years ago. Same with other universities. You can identify the chairs that you sat. You can equally. We don't have Bunsen burners anymore, chemographs anymore. We demonstrate. Now, what is my business with revitalization. If the system does not see the need to revitalize, let them leave it like that. Let me come and do my own teaching and I leave. But let them talk about the welfare of the staff. You cannot believe it. A polytechnic lecturer earns more than a university lecturer today. Why? Because polytechnics were busy canvassing for the welfare of their staff, regardless of the facilities on ground. And I told ASU, let us consciously talk about our own welfare. Increase my salary, for God's sake. If government likes, they should buy test tubes. If they like, they should not buy. Let the parents be the ones that will fight for us, that my child say they are having lectures hanging by the window, hanging by the roof. When they do that, the protest will get, and then government will buy those things. Same comes down here. If we can consciously educate people, let them know that it is for the interest of their health. I can tell you, the day PCN, the day NAFDAC is going out for any sanitization exercise, the populace will support, and pharmacists will sit behind and smile. I'll tell you too, there are topics that we need collaboration. Have you thought about assessing the collaboration between community pharmacists and other healthcare professionals on patient care and outcomes? Here, you need NAPA, you need all the people around. All these examples I'm giving you, they are doable. And not just to conduct the research and keep. You conduct the research and publish it. You publish it in your local papers or publish it in foreign papers. It is going to have a great effect on policy making. We sit in the comfort of our places and say pharmacists have been working assiduously to correct prescriptions. Pharmacists have working assiduously in patient safety. Where do we have the evidence? No evidence. Community pharmacists have been robust in their practice. Where do we have the evidence? No evidence. ACPN, I'm happy the chairman is here himself. This is a challenge to you. Why can't we think about a journal club? Why can't we think about publications? Why can't we go also in the system that people can read and have it as a policy guide? Must we fight for everything? Can't we be strategic? Can't we go through innovation? Can't we go through collaboration? Can't we go through research and then have evidence to show? Once we can have an evidence to show, you do little talk, and then the papers, the results published will do more of this talk to you. And I'll tell you one thing. If you have a journal like that that is in circulation, you are going to have a lot of people buying and you're going to have a lot of subscription. Take it or leave it. That is another source of dollars for you. Money for you will be flowing in through that journal. A lot of persons have survived only by keeping journals. And let me tell you one thing. We need to also diversify. Permit me to tell you that recently I was consulted by a firm in South Africa to help them draft the curriculum of a certain university to fruition. And you cannot believe it. By the time I concluded the work for this firm, I was given 10,000 USD. Within that period, I kept praying that this dollar should be sinking. Let it be 3,000 per dollar. While I was expecting my 10,000 USD. I was praying for it to keep on falling and falling. Each time I read and I realize that Naira strengthens, I will be angry. Naira weakens, I will be happy because I know what I was expecting. Of course, that goes again with creativity, with innovation. A typical characteristic teacher will have just been in class teaching, receiving my salary and going to sleep. But I needed to be creative, to be innovative, to go beyond the bounds of my box. And I went to the consultation. And a lot of my colleagues in the university are relying on federal government and ASU before they do anything. But through creativity, I was able to bridge the gap. Same. If you have a topic like community pharmacy in an unstable economy, I'll tell you, a lot of persons will be interested. And they will know that ACPN is not just pharmacists rendering services, but they are ready to collectively change the dynamics of the healthcare system. And I'll tell you, so many ideas abound in research. But all you need is the deeper thinking. Remember, ideas are visitors. They can just fly in and leave. The moment an idea flows into your brain, just pick a paper and jot it. Sometimes I even go to the toilet with a jotter. In case I am taking my bath and I have any topic, I jot it. That's how we lose opportunities. Ideas will just flow in and you will not see that again. So this light you are seeing, this light you are seeing is talking about research opportunities. You could be tempted to think that research is purely for academics. Now lies the power of collaboration. You in ACPN, you can collaborate with people in the academia. Sure. Research and collaboration will go hand in hand. It's just like football. Those of you that love football. Oh, by the way, Arsenal scored 7-1 last week. And then Barcelona gave a fantastic game last week, despite losing a player. The beauty of football is when you see the connection between the defense and the midfield and the attack. And the style in substitution, excellent and beautiful. You can imagine if football were played with only two players, one at the other end, the other one at the other post, it is going to be notoriously boring. But for the connection, the interconnectivity, it makes it interesting. The style, the strategies, all are the building blocks. Come to think of it, we are talking about research. Please do not be afraid to start something new. I am happy with CPC to have concepted this topic today. Do not be afraid of starting something new. Remember, the ark was built by amateurs. If you look at your Bible, Genesis 6:7, where it tells you about Noah bringing 2 persons on a ship as the world was being destroyed because of corruption. I pray it doesn't come to Nigeria. Some persons were saved. But the Titanic that was built by experts, by engineers, by professionals, you and I know that the whole thing capsized in 1912, killing over 1,500 of the passengers. Why am I giving you this? Do not be afraid to start something new. You may think research, you are alien to it. You are not. I can tell you are not. You will start at any level and you will eventually get there. But while you are thinking about research, most importantly, you must know yourself. Know yourself. Know your strengths. Know your weaknesses. As Socrates will say, know thyself. Of course, Socrates was the wisest man in the world. Everybody has his own weakness and strength. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? Seated here, you can be a lion. You can be an eagle. Of course, you can see the two. People refer to lion as king of the jungle. The lion is not the biggest animal in the jungle. I hope you know that. There are bigger animals than the lion. But the lion has a musculature and a claw that makes it a very perfect hunter. The lion is also fearless and courageous. The lion also created a social structure around it, pride, which is another strength. And that makes it the king of the jungle. But I will tell you too, on land, the lion is unbeatable. But in the air, the eagle is unbeatable too. The wingspan of the eagle, the agility of the eagle makes the eagle to soar to greater heights. And the eagle has an eyesight that makes it an independent, a solitary hunter. The eagle relies so much on its strength and the cunning attitude. My distinguished colleagues in community pharmacy here seated, strength comes in different forms. You can choose to be a lion. You can choose to be an eagle. But I will tell you, you can also choose to be both. By the training we had in our university days, we can comfortably be eagles in the air, lions in the jungle, because we can interface comfortably and successfully too with the physicians, with the nurses, with the patients, and indeed with the science world. I'll tell you, there are so many instances that happened in this country that I've seen, and there was no response. So much opportunities came in the face of provocation, and we did not do anything. On social media, I even read one this morning. A friend sent me an information that the milk of a cockroach is 4 times nutritious than the milk of a cow. I have read in the social media, do not take mango with Coca-Cola. I have read in the social media, do not take Septrin with Coca-Cola. In fact, the enemy of Lagos, another one said enemy of Lagos confirmed that a patient died after taking Coca-Cola with Septrin. Specifically Septrin, not cotramazole. So many of such examples abound. The most annoying thing, you, the experts in pharmacy, community pharmacists, what did you do? Nothing. You are waiting for academia to do that research for you? No. Not even a press conference, ACPN chairman. Not even a press conference that you render. I have seen instances where they will say this plant is effective in the treatment. This plant, why die in silence? Take this plant, cancer patients don't go to hospital again. 2 weeks, they are well. I've seen instance plant, they will bring a picture, they say 2 hours, they will bring a picture before and after. 2 days ago, cancer. 2 days after, healed. On the social media, beaming. No single ACPN member who is perpetually seeing patients and drugs and community made a comment. It's very unfortunate. We should be able to change the dynamics. In fact, I've received a call one day from a physician. The person told me, Professor, is it true that people are using paracetamol to cook meat, to tenderize meat? And believe me, I never heard it. I said, no, I don't know. I'm not aware. But as a scientist, I can tell you it is possible that paracetamol can tenderize meat. He's a doctor, he's a physician. And he asked me how, and I told him. I said, well, I can talk as a scientist. If you look at the paracetamol acetaminophen himself, the chemical structure is a benzene ring. There's an amide group. And there's also an oxyl hydroxy group, meaning at the para position, meaning the benzene cannot do it. The hydroxy molecules cannot do it. But I'm suspecting the amides can do it. Because the amides, I know, through enzymic activity and proteolytic activity, can tender protein. I think that is the basis behind their usage. But why do they use that? He said he doesn't know. I said, well, there are having options. Because I know there are some molecules that can help in tenderization of both the amides. For instance, amides like the papain, like the bromelain, they are very, very useful in tenderizing proteins. He said, let us do a research on this. And I told him that, well, I was actually in Port Harcourt when he made that call. I was delivering a speech in Port Harcourt. Then I told, okay, don't worry, when I get back to Jos, we'll discuss this. However, if I were the people with the restaurants, we can equally think of another way. Because I know papain is found in pawpaw. Bromelain is found in pineapple. Why must I use paracetamol when I have the option of buying pawpaw and pineapple and peeling the back and boiling my meat with it? Because the two are edible. The paracetamol, I look at the effects on the kidney, and I said, no, I will advise otherwise. By the time I got back to Jos, we looked for a local cook, gave paracetamol in a bunch, looked for pineapple and pawpaw, realized that the taste of the food was affected. We now changed to raw pineapple and raw pawpaw. The taste was still affected, but this time around, I've done my own part. We worked and made a pilot study. And believe you me, pineapple bag, pawpaw bag was able to tenderize the meat as much as what paracetamol did. If it is so, please clap if you want to clap. Thank you. If it is so, why would I poison people with paracetamol? We can equally consider using the pawpaw bag and the pineapple bag to achieve the result. And we now went into another thinking together with my colleague. And behold, we ended up having powdered pawpaw and powdered pineapple bag so that people can buy and use to tender their meat. Now, we have stopped the abuse of paracetamol. We have stopped the toxicity of paracetamol. Why am I giving this narration? I'm giving this narration because we thought outside the box and money eventually came to us. But we do not have the capacity. We would have loved to have collaboration with the industry so that industry should now begin to package this food and be selling it as a meat tenderizer instead of us remaining resolute on paracetamol. The truth, as we move ahead, please, my dear colleagues, believe in yourself. I can see excellent group of people interested in research here, but they never knew that they are sitting on a wealth of information. I can see too that with technology now, we can even form groups of research. You can have groups of researchers in Lagos, get some from Jos, get some from anywhere. Technology has made everything easy. The groups can be defined. It could be pharmaceuticals, it could be pharmacokinetics, it could be medicinal, herbal medicines, etc., etc. And let me pose a challenge. At your various places of work, have you attempted to treat a patient with a drug and the patient is not responding? Not once, not twice, it happens. Could it be the genomics? Could you think about gene arrangement vis-a-vis the drug that you are using to these patients? That is an excellent research work that you can give us information about, and then you'll be reckoned with as sound researchers, robust thinkers in the healthcare. Please, I want to thank the CPC once again. That in our discussion with them on the day that Moji put it on speakerphone, they made it that this should not be a theory in which I too don't like it. I always want, after the workshop, after the keynote address, and so what? How do we change this? How do we translate? How do we transform this into our practice? We should never stop learning. We should never stop reading. Education is the key. I'll tell you something. I had a problem in my house sometimes back, with my plot sometimes back. A chief and somebody came to my house. They came actually to harass me, but they didn't meet me. They met my wife. And of course, they've been seeing me. I just came new from Kano. I just came to Jos. They've been seeing me driving. They don't even know me. Those of you that know me very well, you know that I'm always in suit. Not because I want to be wearing suit, because I use suit as a bulking agent. I am actually small structure, tiny. Unlike my friend Gafar, who is gifted in both quantity and quality. If we walk into a meeting, for instance, here, even if Gafar wears t-shirt and shorts, they will allow him in. But with my suit, the security man will still ask me, where is your invitation card? The same thing played out. They came to my house to harass me. Coincidentally, I'd gone to work. And they told my wife, who the hell, why must he extend his fence here? You are harassing and harassing her. My wife said, please don't be offended. When he comes, I'll tell him. Luckily for me, and luckily for her, somebody was passing. Innocently, he didn't know what was happening. He now asked them. He asked my madam, good morning, ma. The woman answered. Is Prof around? Then he said, no, he has gone to work. The people looked at themselves and they left. When I got home, she told me that the Meangwa, that's what we call them. The Meangwa came to look for you. And he was really mad at you that you trespassed. You did this, you did that on your plot. I said, okay. So I went to Meangwa. When I got there, the story changed. And when Meangwa was escorting me, the Meangwa said, I didn't know you were a professor. I said, how did you know? He said he heard that I'm a prof. Why did the story change? They fear those with knowledge and control those without it. And I want to encourage you too. You should be able to up your game in education, up your game in knowledge. Pharmacy is one profession that is so much taught and least applied. And you are in practice. Community pharmacist, you should be able to apply the knowledge that you have. And I will tell you again, sometimes I'm tempted to believe, could it be that my colleagues are afraid of the academia, and that's why they don't want us to open pharmacy premises? ACPN. Could it be, that could be the reason? FPCN, I don't know. Maybe they don't want a pharmacist to operate community pharmacy outlet because they are so scared that they are going to get people away to them. I don't know. But if it is anyway, the new pharmacy law has given a soft landing to my colleagues. But we can do more. I'm happy PCN is here. I'm happy other dignitaries are here too. The message I want to give you, please read. Read and read. Behind collaboration, research, and innovation, reading is very cardinal and pivotal. Now let me come in now to the apogee of our discussion. collaboration, teamwork. The one-handed man
world
does not
record.
clap hands. Please, those of you that like sports, don't watch this.
Pleasantries there.
Usain Bolt is known to be the fastest man in the world. And he has a record of 9.58 seconds.
And Bailey. And Bailey's in his first Olympic Games, his first U.S. team.
And I'll tell you,
he is
what
anchoring against the
Usain Bolt
world's
said
fastest
what
man.
motivated him to become the world champion was when Michael Johnson made 200 meters in 19.32 seconds. And Michael Johnson said nobody can beat this record in the world.
So the two fastest countries of all time
and said, I will beat this record before the race. He didn't just beat the record of 200 meters because he made it in 19.19 seconds. He also beat the record, existing world record of 100 meters, the same event, the same day. He didn't just break it, he shattered the record with 9.58 seconds. In this race, it's 4 by 100 meter relay. In this race, 4 persons ran it. Tanko was this man running now. I think it's Freighter handed it over to Carter. Carter will hand it over now to Johan Blake. Johan Blake is the third person. Did an excellent. This is Johan Blake. Excellent running. Watching him coming almost side by side with America. Then here came the approach. Usain Bolt. You can see running side by side with the American, and he edges ahead. What a race. And why did they look at this race again? Let me take you back. Usain Bolt alone made 100 meters in 9.58 seconds. Meaning if anybody did lower than that person will have been the world record. Until date, this record is not broken. But do you know that when they ran the same 400 meters, 4 of them, meaning 100 meters each, they ran a total of 36.84 seconds. In the history of this event, when you divide 36.84 seconds by 4, it gives you 9.21.
And the United States in second.
9.21. And remember, the world record is 9.58. Unbeaten to the world. 36.8. But when we ran with another group of runners, which Tyson Gay said their luck is Ashafa Powell was not there. If Ashafa Powell was there, they would have made it in 36.5 because Ashafa was a thunderbolt. Now to my story. If 4 of them ran it, and they made 9.21. But when individual did it, they struggled. They never beat until Usain Bolt made it at 9.58. That tells you the power of collaboration. Within the system, they got inspired. As somebody is running with you, the inspiration comes. Most fundamental. When the team was interviewed after the race, they said the absence of Ashafa Powell was their own source of inspiration that they will run for him. And indeed they did. And the first person to start was Nesta Carter. Nesta Carter ran the race. He started. And those of us that know race, you know very well that starting while kneeling down reduces speed. And he ran it in 9.8 seconds. Amazing. He is a very good starter. But Usain Bolt is a perfect finisher. When you look at him at the beginning, he was side by side with Tyson Gay. But eventually, he leaped and left Tyson Gay behind at the end after 50 meters. And that is how collaboration is. When you pick the strength of an individual, give him that strength. Give him those areas. Focus on his strength and minimal on his weaknesses. And then get another person too. And at the end of the day, everything works well. In research, we talk about teamwork, which we have seen in this race. We talk about exchange, we share ideas, we talk about collaboration. Inspiration, which we have seen in the race. What is the purpose of collaboration? Our target is to have success. We assist each other. What you don't know, I know, and we add to it. But most importantly, we must trust ourselves. In the citation I sent, I was involved in a research in COVID-19 on the plateau. I chaired the committee. And within 6 months of our research, we were able to patent 4 drugs. And when my CV was read one time, everybody was clapping for me. But the truth is, that work was not. I chaired the committee. The real anchor, everybody participated in my team of researchers. We had pharmacologists, we had pharmacists, we had biochemists, we had microbiologists, we had physicians, and we had vets. Where I do not know, I was educated. I didn't even know much about the molecular level, even though I have an MSc in biochemistry, but I didn't know the molecular level of COVID-19, of the coronavirus itself, until a scientist expunged and exposed and told me everything about it. And I got educated. No matter your level of education, somebody teaches you something new. Just last week, my son taught me something on my handset. Of course, they know that better than all of us. I will tell you that. Even me as a professor, don't think because I'm a professor I know all. No, I don't. The best degree that you can have that will expose you to everything is your first degree, giving you a balanced sense of thinking and understanding. At PhD level, you know so much about little. And at the professorial level, you can only brag of only one field that you know. So in collaboration, what I lack, somebody else gives me the support and we move. Now, please note, the same quality of research team that produces success are the same quality of the research team also that produces failure. Sometimes you can swim, sometimes you can sink. It depends on your goal. So you must all agree to set a goal within yourselves. If it is so, thus, make sure that everybody you have recruited in your team has the requisite skills to perform. Of course, you have an objective, what you are looking for. Make sure that what you are doing is also supporting the sense of your community. It will be meaningless if I start researching on brain. What benefit does it have? So get a title, a topic that relates to your immediate community that you serve. Look for task and relationship-oriented avenues. Allocate tasks to the individuals that are in the team. Remember when we saw the 4x100 meters relay? Everybody has his own strength. I'll tell you, each time Johan Blake is excellent in negotiating bends. And it was at that bend that they were able to beat the American runner. Ab initio, Americans were known for 4x100 meters and 100 meters. But the emergence of Jamaica, first they were threatened by the Canadians. When Magic Bullet Johnson shattered the records of Carl Lewis, eventually the Jamaicans picked up. What did they do? Capitalizing on their strength and weakness. And if you know the story of Usain Bolt was born with scoliosis. And scoliosis is a disease condition that makes one leg to be taller than the other. Scoliosis is a disease condition that gives a curvature of the spine. In fact, his physician told him that he can never do anything physical. If you see him walking, you see him bouncing. He's not bouncing. That is the nature of his walk. Because one leg is longer than the other. He defied science. He defied logic. He inspired himself. He motivated himself. He spoke to himself that he is going to shatter. He's going to be 100 meters and 200 meters. And indeed, he ruled the world in athletics. Do not be discouraged. Again, you must get a team leader with the right thinking attitude. And it is easier for you to build on heritage relationships. Meaning, don't start something strange. You are not inventing the 9th planet or the 10th planet. You work on projects, assuming you are to build a bridge. If there is a collapsed bridge, why can't you fix that collapsed bridge? Work on inherited problems in the community. Help them, you solve it. Every member of the team must have a clear role. Tax ambiguity should not be part of it. As you do that, you must make sure that you build trust and relationships in what you do. Let me reflect you back. During the Ebola, during the COVID, if I am to ask you, collaboration is a necessity. It's a very complex world with so much interconnectivity. If it is so, during Ebola, during COVID, what did ACPN in Nigeria? My chairman, you are here, Ezeh. What did ACPN do? A press conference? Any health intervention? Any health collaboration? None that I know. Instead, within that period, some community pharmacists capitalized on the threat of COVID and they were skyrocketing the prices of their products. I'll tell you, I bought face masks at 800 naira within the period of COVID from my colleague. And I'll tell you too, during COVID, a lot of persons died. My very good friend, Jacob Kolawole, who was a member of my research team in COVID, died. During the same COVID, me too, I contracted COVID. Corona, and I was isolated for 28 days. Within these periods, what did we as professionals do? We should not capitalize on weaknesses, we should serve. Having discussed collaboration, please, if you know Albert Einstein made a quotation and he said, insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Don't you think that we're doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? Come to think of it. Innovation comes with critical thinking. And that is where we are in now. It comes with critical thinking. Innovation transforms the world. Innovation fosters creativity. Innovation drives activities. And innovation fosters collaboration and also encourages experimentation. Have we ever known that when you have a robust research proposal, you are going to have research grants? As collective groups of researchers, you get research grants. It could be travel grants, it could be conference grants, it could be support grants. There are so many grants, 1001, wasting around. Let me depress you. Community pharmacy in Nigeria, probably in West Africa, is the only profession that you grow poorer as you grow older. And I'll tell you, most of the pharmacists that are active and contributing financially in ACPN could be the younger ones. As they grow older, they will become poorer. Why? Because we have been doing the same thing over and over, which to me looks like insanity. I'm sorry if I'm being rude. Please, I'm sorry. Sometimes we can create so many opportunities, but we do not know. And I'll tell you one of it. We look at traditional medicine, packages of traditional medicines. I was so depressed. One day, I saw the package of Moringa oleifera, which is called Zogole in my Hausa language. I saw the package imported from Ghana. And those things were severally on display in Nigerian markets, in your pharmacy premises. What a shame. Is it that we cannot harvest the opportunities to go into innovation, go into a research, go into collaboration with industries and package these things and put in our stores? We can do it. I also saw groundnut imported from Ghana. They just fried it, changed it, and then packaged and expensively sold. Of course, packaging means everything. The difference between popcorn and guguru is the packaging. When you have it in a leather, in a paper, it is guguru. When you package it and write expiration date, manufacturing date with beautiful name, it becomes popcorn, and you buy it expensively. But it's the same content. All I'm trying to say, we have to think outside the box. But if I were you, I would advise you also throw the box. Take it that there's even no box. We have endless boundaries. A lot of challenges waiting for us. A lot of opportunities waiting for us. Now, what next? After a presentation like this, what next? Is it the normal perennial talk that you talk and talk, after 1 year, another speaker comes, talk again, after 1 year, another speaker comes, talk again? Is there a way that we can connect what had been said into reality so that we can see whether it can change or not? Action plan, action strategy, planning. Recently, I was invited by my community, I'm an gas man in Plateau. The gas community invited me and gave me a fantastic task. I'm going to head a committee on education and business modeling. It's one of the most popular cultural festivals on the plateau. And they said I was going to head that committee. And I called the chairman, the president, and I told him, I have accepted to be the chairman of this committee. I've accepted to go into the discussion and make whatever we can do. But for you and I must go into an MOU. The MOU will be, after this, what next? What are the next things that we are to do? I should be able to give you a milestone in the next 2 months, in the next 6 months, so that it is not a yearly jamboree where somebody comes and talks rhetorics. Let us come to reality. What do we do to get accepted results? as experts. So I pose a challenge here too. What do we do as pharmacists? We can define ourselves and our rules. ACPN chairman, you can build research teams in Lagos here. And I will tell you, I don't know why. I have so much confidence and trust in Lagos. When Lagos starts something, it spreads to the remaining part of the country. I want you to think about having a research team, identify the societal needs, create a brand for yourselves, create a niche for yourselves. You should be able to collaborate and network. You should network intra, within and without. Within the community pharmacist, within other associations, NAPA, hospital services, industries, etc. Most interestingly, please, national too, can you consider having a journal club so that all these researches we are doing should be published? Let us have it, probably also publish it as a book. One thing that I think is the apogee, the problem of pharmacists, is lack of sustenance in our programs and most fundamental, lack of mentorship. How many of you in community pharmacy today are consciously grooming up the younger ones so that they can inherit their positions? How many of us have consciously mentored the younger ones so that even in your absence, you are sure that things are done well? I'm so excited with the practice of people like Sir Jimi. I'm happy with practices like Jimi, etc., etc. You are telling a professor that he has 5 minutes. You can't give a professor time. Like we said, J.F. Kennedy said, those who look only to past and present are certainly going to miss the future. ACPN Lagos will definitely not be on the rule of those that will miss the future. Again, each time I look at people and their skills, I am thrilled. God made us for different reasons. God made us pharmacists for a different reason. I hope we all know that the first profession God created was pharmacy. The first profession God created was pharmacist. If you go back, those of us that are good in the Bible, go and open Genesis 2:21, where God made Adam to have a deep sleep, and Adam slept. What did God use? Anesthesia. Who discovered anesthesia? General anesthesia by pharmacists. So the first profession God made was actually pharmacist. God knows why he brought us into the world. And God knows that he made this day for a purpose. And he made this theme of innovation, of collaboration and research for a purpose. As at now, pharmacy is experiencing the darkest moments. I'm happy the PCN rep had said it. We're experiencing the darkest moments. But please note that light shines brightest when it is surrounded by darkness. We may be facing insurmountable or probably unimaginable challenges, but please rise up. We are stronger than we think. We are capable of achieving greatness in our practice. And like the famous quote of the Roman general Julius Caesar, at the Battle of Zela, which is the present day Turkey, he declared Veni, Vedi, and Vici. Convincingly, my assessment of community pharmacists in this training today shows that the organizers have a very clear path and strategy. The organizers know the situation and have seen that there's a need for this theme. And successfully too, they have targeted at their objectives. At the end of this, as they shouted, I came, I saw, and I conquered, so shall we also sing the battle of victory. And I'll tell you, some of us were victims of a system, but we converted the victim into victory. I, standing before you here, in my 300 level, I almost repeated pharmacology, specifically autonomic nervous system, because they did test 1, I failed. Test 2, I failed. Test 3, exam 3, I had a woeful performance. But they had a board meeting and decided that no, let them just give me a trial to allow me to go. Autonomic nervous system. When I finished my university, I made up my mind that this same autonomic nervous that almost disgraced me in my 300 level is what I'm going to read. That's how I got MSc in pharmacology. In the last 30 years, I have never taught autonomy. That is what I teach today. I've never taught it with a book. Those of you that trained the University of Jos will know I never entered a class with any book teaching autonomic nervous system. Why? because I knew this cause wanted to disgrace me. I made up my mind to disgrace it. And I'll tell you too, as we are all seated, we shall overcome our challenges and disgrace our adversaries. Once again, I appreciate this moment. It is possible that my address was so long because I saw the MC walking to me to give me 5 minutes. But I promise you that I will try that you do not sleep. Lastly, I could remember some times back, a speaker was called to present a speech. He was talking and talking. People left one by one, till at the end, only one person was left in the hall. And he turned and thanked the person for being patient, for staying this long. Then the woman said, no, she's not part of the audience. She's actually the security. She's waiting for him to go so that she will close. I am happy I didn't see the MC with any key to close the hall. MC, I thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much. And I'll tell you one thing. Let us go out and make today count. God bless you all.
Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time. Please let's celebrate. The Prof did a fantastic job. Wow. Thank you very much, sir. We celebrate you. And please, one more assignment before we sit down. Please help me tell him I'm sorry. The MC is sorry.
The MC is sorry.
Thank you, sir. Please, we can have our seats. All right, so please right now, with the permission of the elders in the house, I think we should take 1 or 2 questions. What do you think? Questions? CC Chairman, can we take 1 or 2 questions? Yes, is in order. So questions, now that we've spoken about research, collaborations, a lot of things is going through our minds, and I'm sure quite a number of us will have 1 or 2 things to ask the Prof directly. So you have the opportunity. We still have a session where we're going to discuss some of the actionable points from what we have discussed today. But do we have questions in the house for Prof? There's one. Please let me get the mic to him. Any other question? I think we just have a question. So Prof, we have a question for you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wannang. It's your boy, Jonah. My concern, I came in late, but I am happy I came in at a very auspicious time, particularly the solutions you provide. My concern is in the area of the research team and some of those things you listed. I want to plead that you please work with us so that we do not just end it as a talk like you said, but to take it to the next level. Because there's so much to do. There's so much opportunity out there for us, but it is how for us to give life to these things. I want to have a solution to all these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you answer the question, all right, so we have a questionnaire that's been distributed by one of us, Dr. Seni, the Southwest Zonal Director. There's a former director. Please, the questionnaire, the hard copies are being distributed. Please help us fill it. We're just trying to get some feedback. And please, when you're done, return it back. All right, so we have one more question on this side, and then the Prof can answer.
Dear Prof. Wannang and my colleague, I'm surprised when I looked at your CV. I don't know whether it's a mistake. You didn't mention much of what you have done in the sales field. Because Wannang was my senior colleague in fixing drugs. He is a very, very good salesman. And I also, having worked for many years in the sales industry, I know that one thing is to have a research, another thing is to sell it. If you cannot sell it, if you cannot sell the value, investors will not look for you. So I know very well that what made Wannang what he is today is his ability to sell. You could see the way he presented now. That's a salesman. Please, Wannang, never forget to put in your CV that you were a salesman. So that people will learn to know that selling is a very important skill for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's why we sold face masks to him for 800 naira. Prof, you can react, sir.
Thank you very much. I actually didn't recognize my colleague. I thought that you've grown gray hairs. But I didn't know it was you. But the moment I heard your voice, I said, that must be you. Well, thank you for your compliments. I sincerely appreciate all of you. The first one, too, I didn't know it was a question. Because it looks more as if, will I be able? And I can tell you, my answer is yes. And that is the essence of collaboration that we've been talking about. We need to collaborate. With all pleasure, 100% I'm there for you. I told you that I had my relationship in pharmacy from Lut here. So by implication, probably I will pay my dues for ACPN if you can get me the opportunity. So that let me be a member of ACPN in Lagos. I can tell you I am willing and happy and eager to participate in any research that ACPN Lagos or any part of ACPN invites me. I think that has answered that. On the second, I was a salesman. For the best part of my youth, I was a salesman for a company before I ventured into the academia. In any case, the is that she couldn't have read the entire CV. You could, it is a part of it. God.
Thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please let's celebrate Prof. Wow. You are loaded, sir. And I remember University of Jos very well. I can never forget University of Jos. As a student, we went from Shagam for a conference and we played football with University of Jos Faculty of Pharmacy. They beat us 15-0. We were begging the referee, stop this match. We are not interested again. The cold was too much. They will play the ball. They will say, you're run. I say, where? Run where? In this cold? And these boys that were playing against, they didn't wear shirts. They were just scoring. We said we are not even playing. It's no longer a friendly match. This one is a brutal match. University of Jos. I'll never forget you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have our fellows in the house. Please, a round of applause. Let's celebrate all the fellows. All the fellows in the house, please, can we wave? These are the elders of the profession. Can we just wave? I don't want you to stand up. Just wave. Please, let's celebrate them. Whatever we're enjoying, whatever leverage that you and I are enjoying today, these are the people that set the pace. They've planted, they've watered, and today we are the one reaping. We appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much. They are seated in front. So in case we have any fellow that is seated at the back, we've reserved special seats for you in front. Most of the seats are filled up, but I can still count like 5 or 6. So ushers, if there are fellows around 5 or 6 that are seated in the audience, you can help us bring them to their well-elevated positions. So ladies and gentlemen, quickly, we should have done this earlier, but now we have the ACPN National Chairman with us to give his goodwill remarks. Is he around? Okay, yes, he's around. Please help me welcome our Chairman, Pharmacist Ezeh Ambrose. A round of applause for him as he comes forward to give his welcome remarks at the 2025 Continuing Education Conference powered by ACPN Lagos. Please, let's celebrate him now. You're welcome, sir.
Hello. Good morning, colleagues. Fellows of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria here present. Merit Award winner, FPSN. Distinguished community pharmacists, awardee, the chairman of this occasion, the keynote address speaker, which I so much respect. I could remember your presentation and my second training in Jude, Jos University Teaching Hospital. After I finished in UNN in 2006, you made a presentation that changed my attitude. And whenever I see you, I remember. When you present, you might have forgotten, but you do a lot of packaging and presentation, and you listed what can give you 100% as a person to prepare you in whatever you are doing. And you did mention, is it a pharmacist? You're a doctor, you are beautiful, you are handsome, and all that. You mentioned a word, equate it with what? Letter A to Z, and 1 to Z, and you add it up. And it is only attitude that can give you 100%. Not your education, not whatever you have done, not your wealth and all that. And from there, I pick it from there. That's what I say, my second training, and it changed a lot of my attitude. I respect you so much. I thank you very much, sir, for the beautiful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, distinguished colleagues, just like the MC wanted to call the keynote address speaker to order for 5 minutes, I'm also going to talk in brief, as is stated in the program. But I wonder how the chief host of this program will talk in brief. But we also take it that we must have to continue to learn the protocol. And whatever I'm going to say, I will say it as a member of ACPN Lagos State, because I'm not here in the capacity of ACPN National Chairman, because there was no official invitation. But I also want all of us to learn and collaborate in whatever we are doing. So, it is with great pleasure that I welcome us to this CEC. We started since 10 years ago. And the theme for this program is very, very apt. Transforming community pharmacy practice through collaboration, research, and innovation. Made especially at this time. It is very, very apt. And I believe the keynote address speaker, a professor, have given justice to that. I want to do just a few things in terms of what collaboration. And also for us to align the vision and mission of the ACPN national and all of us. And also to collaborate in tandem with our slogan, which is what? Empowering community pharmacies and protecting the people. In our last NEC meeting, we also did mention about collaboration, because we know is the key. That's why I'm starting with that. It's the key because if we don't align or collaborate at the mission and vision of ACPN at the national level from all over the states, we might miss it. We also have noticed, and I have been part and parcel of ACPN National for years, and I know that most of the states only debate, they feel they can do on their own without collaborating with one another, and that has been a problem why we cannot get where we want to get. And our last NEC will take a lot of decisions that we must have to collaborate. We have to align our agendas, both the state, national, various level, so that whatever we achieve will make an impactful statement. And that is why last month, the Kwara State celebrated their business summit, and attached with celebration of World Cancer Day, and we centered on cervical cancer, and about 150 women were screened and advised on what to do to prevent that. We have created an impact on that regard as we protect the people, and that showed collaboration, and also taking a decision of decentralizing what? These WHO days. So whatever we are doing a program like this, we attach something that will lead to what? Community engagement, and air it, and people will see the impact we are doing. And that is part of what collaboration. I look forward that Lagos, indeed, as a big branch, will always do and adhere to those decisions of the NEC, which is the highest body of the ACPN. And we'll do that to make a good statement. In research also, we discuss, in research is very, very important. And at the national level, we created a DIC department, Research and Development Department. And I've done a lot in as far as research is concerned. And just like Prof is challenging us today, I know in terms of that collaboration, as of yesterday, I signed a check for what collaboration in research with a professor of school. And I saw that about 25 names or members have indicated an interest on those research. And they are going to start their training by next week. And it will also lead to them knowing how to design a research, knowing how to, all the public health intervention we are doing in a various facility, how you can convert them into a scientific data. Because we do a lot, but it's not documented. It's not, you can't translate it into scientific data. And we're encouraging us that whatever we do, even as my campaign, I did mention about what? Documentation. If you document what we do at our various facility and translate it to scientific data, we can make a lot of statements. And encourage us that we'll continue. We have started that project, and it is part of our implementation plan this year. So research is very, very important. And also we're looking forward to what? Collaboration more again on what? Our regulatory bodies. Will begin to think of how do we collaborate with them? Regulatory compliance, NAFDAC, PCN, and all that. And that is what we are going to look into towards this. Our next conference this year is going to be what? On what? Regulatory activities with PCN and NAFDAC, so that we'll be able to make a strong statement. We are talking about research. I want to ask us a question. Do you know that most of the HIV post-exposure prophylaxis medicines are currently resident in hospitals, hospital pharmacies, and private clinics, where huge amount of percentage of these medications are expired? Why? Because they don't use it. And I now ask also a question. Are we willing to participate in this? There's a research that is going on now on this particular topic, which we have shared in our platform sometime last month, more than 1 week and all that. And a research institution, a professor from Buffalo University, UK, wanted to see how community pharmacies in Nigeria can replicate what is happening in Ghana, in Kenya, where those prophylaxis medications are being centered, domesticated in what? In community pharmacy. Where you see those clients that are come there and all that. Will you be able to access this medication and what? Prescribe this, recommend this medication to these members? And that is why we wanted to know the interest, our willingness in participating, like what is happening in Ghana and in Kenya. And we shared this in our platform. And they wanted to use FCT and Lagos as what? As a pilot project. Believe me that those things were sent for 2 weeks. The response we got from Lagos and Abuja was 20 members in a national platform. National platform where you have over more than 300 members, national platform. And we are talking about research. And what did I do? I advised Abuja, okay, if they cannot use technology, because we are no more using analog, where you share questionnaires and all that. Because before you do research, you must what? Share questionnaires and get your data and information. People don't feel it. If you know a number of questionnaires they are sharing here now, you know number of people that will fill the form. We say, okay, let's use our phone, because we use our phone for 2 hours to do that. We share it. We got within Abuja and Lagos, we have only 20 response. And I told them, go to their AGM. In AGM in Abuja, they got 150 response. I said, okay, let us try it in Lagos. In our AGM last week, we got only 4 response. Today, 4 response, the whole Lagos. Today, we have employed, at the National Secretary, employed corpers where we are using our money to pay them, so that they can generate what? Generate data. They are here. They are going to go seat by seat. It's already in the platform to fill it by yourself, so that generate the report. So that they will get a response. Because as we are doing that, they are seeing it at Buffalo University there. They are at UK. They are seeing our response there. So that will show that we have interest in research and want to participate. So that this thing can come. We can also generate grants. We can also we are part of the research. We are part of them. We are part of the contributors. So I encourage us, please, as they are going land table by seat by seat, please, on your phone, they will help you to fill that. Because that is the only way you can do. And we say we are discussing about what? Transforming community pharmacy through research. But we cannot generate, we can't fill any common this thing. So I beat my imagination and I encourage us to do that. On innovation, we have talked so much on our digital tools, which we are all aware. Digital tools we have endorsed at AGM 2022 at Jimi, where all of us can what? Use it to generate data. Generate data and that. And the precision policy went last Tuesday. I came back on Friday. Last Friday, 7th. What are discussing? What committee? What does they do? Does they generate data? How do they generate data? This. How can they do this? How can they prescribe drug? How can they do this one? I told them, thank God for shifting tax sharing policy that empowers some few members or some few people to prescribe amoxicillin. I raised it. I said, if some of those that doesn't go to school can recommend or prescribe amoxicillin, what about we that know the pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic principle of this drug? You feel we cannot recommend? And people don't fail to appreciate what we do, because 70% of people that even come to the clinic have come to community pharmacy before assessing. So why shouldn't we do that? And they're now asking, do we generate data? How can we record all those things? And we're asking us that digitalization is the key. We are now thinking about, just like those in Lagos, we're in Lagos. E-prescription are there. Where in precision policy, I know Prof was there last year, and he follows whatever using the platform. We're now talking about where we could write or admit the traceability process of what? NAFDAC. Where this time around, the precision is going to come with what? The facility identification number, the doctor identification number, the pharmacist, the dispenser identification number, and even the consumer of health identification number. So that in terms of recall, we'll be able to what? Recall what you dispense and what you have done. So we know where it's coming. So anytime you are dispensing, you are a pretending pharmacist anywhere, you are sure that whatever you give out can be what? Tracked, can be traced. So if you contravene, you know what? The penalty, you face the consequences. So I'm encouraging us that this digitalization process we are doing, let us embark on that. Lagos, you cannot afford not to support what the nation are doing. You cannot afford to debate, because you are the largest. You are the one that set the pace, and other people will follow, just like Prof said. So we'll talk about our P2P and other things. Just like when they invited us for FCPC, they wanted to come to control the Consumer Protection Agency. I told them there, you cannot be talking about the high cost of medication. What about high cost of health services? If you talk about high cost of health services, drugs are the component of those things. But I know as a consultant, I know what they do, I know how much they charge and all that. And we talk about high cost of other things, energy, food, and all that. So you cannot be saying about drug. Let us discuss it so that we know we are making what? A statement. I also tell them about the distribution system that is happening in NAFDAC. This is high time where stakeholders will come together and sit and provide a solution. If you want to stop a system that is already existing, you must provide a solution. That's why we are advocating for CWC. And that's why we are advocating for P2P. That is the only avenue where those solutions are where the distribution system will be what can be. It's only technology can handle it. And open draw market will die naturally. Where, you have been using it in our conferences and all that. Manufacturer is there, wholesalers are there, podam are there and all that. Retailers are there. That is the link. And that is only, we are championing that. So, colleagues, I just want to make all these statements as regard to what you've done. I encourage Lagos, and I thank you for what you have done so much. I commend Lagos ACPN leadership for this initiative, and all your participants to maximize the opportunity to exchange knowledge, employ new ideas, and forge meaningful collaboration. Let us leave this conference with actionable insights. As I just mentioned, most of the beautiful programs we have ever done in Lagos, different ACPN level, individual level, Pharma Alliance and others, the most important is the way practicalize it. Application of knowledge is what gives us power. Not the knowledge application of that. When you leave this room, what are you going to change when you go to the facility? What action are you going to take? So that is the most important thing. And this is the only thing that can, bring transformation and change. So I thank you so much. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk this brief. And I assure you that we'll continue to empower ourselves and protect our people. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much. Please, the national chairman has spoken. Please, let's make some noise. I say make some noise. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. We celebrate you. All right, we are doing something unusual right now. I'm sure Lagos set the pace and every other person follows, right? So shall I tell you one new record we want to break? Would you like to know? We want to sing. We'll be singing the pharmacy anthem twice. We sang it once, but we'll have to sing it again. Now we have the representative of the PSN president with us. And this is the process or the culture that needs to be followed because he's going to speak in the capacity of the president. So this time, I've sang, but this time I want to give the chance to YPG. So YPG members, can we get some representative to come forward? All right, so I've been informed by the elders that since we sang it once, that's fine. Okay, so we didn't break the record. I thought we'd just break a record. All right, so right now, it's my pleasure and a big honor to bring forward the PSN National Secretary. Is with us in the house. Pharmacist Gafal Maden, FPSN, is representing the PSN president, Pharmacist Tanko Ayuba Ibrahim. Please, a round of applause for Pharmacist Gafal as he comes to mount the stage and give us the presidential goodwill message right now. Please, let's celebrate him. Come on.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. I bring greetings from the President of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ayuba Tanko Ibrahim. He actually had planned to be here because since he received the invitation, so he had it in his plan. But incidentally, other duties call. He had been in Abuja for the past 2 weeks, immediately after the inauguration. He just went home, spent a couple of days, and came back to Abuja. And he had been attending several meetings, collaborating, in order to move the profession forward. So that is why he was not able to make it here. But he sent his greetings, his solidarity, with ACPN Lagos State, having identifying Lagos as the hub of pharmacy practice in Nigeria. Because looking at the demographics, Lagos State, contributes about 40% of pharmacists in Nigeria. And ACPN, community pharmacy, is the engine room of pharmacy in Nigeria because they are in the community and they are largest in number, the highest contributor to PSN. And also, looking at the topics concerning research and innovations, and the rest, and also listening to what the national chairman of ACPN said, I remember a story of one NGO. Having observed one community, they saw that the school-age children, during the day, they go fetch water instead of being in school. And they quickly concluded that, they need to build schools in this community so that the children will be engaged. But having gotten funds and built the schools, they still discovered that these children, they still go out to fetch water instead of going to school. Because they just concluded that was the reason why they were fetching water during the day. And they now went to do a research and eventually discovered that it was housing problem that caused it, not lack of schools. That is to show you what research can do. Because they discovered that the parents, because of poor housing, because all the parent family, they are in one room, one single room, they intentionally send the children out to go and fetch water when they want to meet, when the mother and father want to meet privately. They send the children out to go and fetch water. So that means, which means that research is very important. Because I've been hearing complaints that pharmacists, they don't respond to some of these, questionnaires. If you call them, some NGOs too, because I always hear the same complaint from PSN Foundation. They say when they are called to for trainings and this and that, they don't come and things like that. But then, these pharmacists that we are talking about, they are intelligent people. Because if they are not intelligent, they wouldn't have been pharmacists, especially in Nigeria here. They are hardworking. If they are not hardworking, they wouldn't have passed through the pharmacy school. So something must be wrong. So there is need for a research to really understand, the reason of this low response. We don't just jump into conclusion. And that is one challenge I'm giving to ACPN, to really dig deep on why people are not responding, so that we'll be able to identify some of these and move forward. And collaboration, I believe that we need to start collaborating. Like we had a retreat, PSN retreat in Abuja about 2 weeks ago, just the same before the presidential inauguration. And one issue came up that various arms and interest group of pharmacy, we all do our different activities, as if we have different goals. Instead of working as a team, instead of looking at pharmacy in Nigeria as can be likened to a gear wheel system, where you have the wheels synchronizing together to bring the same output with low input, bringing higher output. So if they are not synchronized, they will not be able to provide this. And that is why it was recommended at that treaty that there is a need for us at the beginning of every pharmaceutical year, that is after the national conference, it could be the outcome of national conference, that there is a need for all the technical and interest groups to meet and have a goal to be achieved, a measurable goal to be achieved in a particular year or 2 years or 3 years, and now define our activities towards achieving that common goal instead of going different ways and things like that, So I believe with this, we'll be able to, the collaboration will be able to achieve more, with lesser efforts. And our keynote speaker, Professor Wannang, throw some challenges to ACPN concerning research and things like that, but I think collaboration with the, with the academia and ACPN, we do the magic. And it doesn't have to come, the initiative doesn't have to come from ACPN. It can come from the academia too, because they have a lot to gain from community pharmacy in collection of data and training on how to collect data and things like that, because that's the area of specialization. So if you collaborate, I think there was a time NAPA and ACPN, even signed an MOU, but today I don't think there is a follow-up on that. This is very, very, it's very, very important, that there's need for this collaboration. Like it's been done between NAPA and NAHIP, and it has been able to yield some products, that is going to the market, soon. So the same thing can happen to ACPN and NAPA academia to collaborate so that we do this research, and the academia, because of that is the area of specialization, they can even find out why there is a form of lethargy on the part of pharmacists in responding to some of these issues that have been raised by NGOs, that they don't come to meetings, you call them to record and things like that, so that we can be able to find solution to them. So, in conclusion, we need to collaborate, and the collaboration is multidimensional that we have to do. And it is this collaboration that actually made it impossible for President to be here today, because he's, connecting some dots in Abuja there, because there are some challenges that I believe that with all these moves, of advocacy and the rest, we'll be able to solve them. So I congratulate the Lagos State ACPN. This is not the first CEC. It has always been better and better and better. This year CEC is better than last year on, and I believe that this is the direction we need to follow. So thank you very much and enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, one more time, please, let's celebrate our presidents. You have spoken on behalf of the president. Thank you. We celebrate you. All right, so this is the message to all our exhibitors. Please, the fellows will be joining and declaring the event open at that side. So please, let's stop every form of transacting, commerce, trade, and investment happening at the exhibition stands right now. So please, if you can hear my voice, we need to stop every form of trading or discussion or networking, whatever it is in any capacity at this time. Any moment from now, the fellows, the chairman of ACPN Lagos, the national chairman, the BOT chairman, the CEC chairman, and all of them will be led by Pharmacist Anthony Oyawale. He's going to lead us, and then will help us to process and declare the exhibition stand open. I know we've not informed you, but I've just been told to announce this. So we'll be doing that shortly. But before that, we have a presentation and my colleague will be announcing the company to present. But while the prof was speaking, someone said a lot of research, breaking news we see online. And then they showed me this video. They said this is the new cure for dandruff as seen online. So I want the prof to help us confirm. Is this true? They said this is the new cure of dandruff. These are some of the things we see online. So ACPN, we need your reaction. How can this cure dandruff? Is it possible? We should do research. So this is one of the reasons so we need people that will represent us. Anybody with dandruff? Pharmacists? Or who will be taking notes? While the research is going on, we need the ACPN chairman. You can see social media can be very, very, very tempting. But God will help us. So I would like my co-MC to please come forward to do the next announcement.
Thank you very much. So the company to make their presentation right now, Nature's Field, are you available? Okay, so we know how it is done in CEC. Please, I would encourage that you listen carefully. There are juicy gifts to be won. So as Nature's Field will be making their presentation, I want you to take note because after the presentation, there are likely questions that will be asked and gifts to be won. So let's put our hands together for Nature's Field as they come for their presentation.
What if all the bacteria go into extinction? What if all the microbes in the world are eradicated by the medical communities? Are we going to shout Eureka? Or is it going to be disastrous to us in terms of our optimum health? It is a well-known fact that the body has of microbes, which is times 10 of cells in the body, which is times 100 of the gene in the body. So, thank you. Which is times 100 of the gene in the body, meaning that the microflora in the body is of importance to us medically. My name is Pharmacist Onosonya Abayomi, and I want to say good morning to my senior fellows, senior colleagues, and I will be calling upon my colleagues to walk us through the solution in managing the imbalance of pathogenic bacteria and beneficial bacteria. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Anthony Akan. So I'll be presenting on the dysbiosis solution. Now, first of all, let's have an overview of what dysbiosis is. Dysbiosis is simply a disruption in the natural 85 to 15% ratio of the beneficial bacteria to the non-beneficial bacteria. Now let's take a look at the global statistics of a prevalence of dysbiosis. Globally, it's been estimated that 18% of the global population have experienced dysbiosis-related conditions such as IBS, and then 30% of women of reproductive age in Nigeria have experienced vaginal dysbiosis. Now let's take a look at the pathogenesis of dysbiosis. Now, the pathogenesis of dysbiosis is divided into two categories. We have the environmental and the lifestyle, and then we also have the host-specific factors. For the environmental factors, we have diet, the kind of food we eat. High carbs containing food are not good for the microbiome. And apart from that, high dietary fibers are good for the microbiome. And then we have the antibiotics, and we have medication use as well. Now, I want to expatiate on this particular point. Often at times, we have patients coming to our pharmacy, coming to meet us, and they tell us things like, I've used one dose, it's not working. But by the time I now use two, it's working so well. Drug abuse, drug misuse, all of this can alter the microbiome. And then there are some persons that they are Agbo users. Say, give me the one that is so strong, I'm having intestinal irritation without any diagnosis. Now, all of this can actually alter the microbiome. And then we have the stress and sleep deprivation, poor hygiene and environmental toxins, smoking and alcohol. For health-specific factors, we have genetic background, we have pre-existing health conditions, and then hormonal changes. Now, let's have an overview of the mechanism of action of these biases. It's simply, number one, disrupted gut barrier, allowing harmful substances to penetrate the bloodstream. And we also have the metabolic changes, because the microbiome, they play a very essential role in the production of certain metabolites. And then there's inflammation as well. Once there is inversion, of course, the immune system will be triggered, and there will be an inflammatory response. Now, there is gut-brain axis too. Now, this has to do with the relationship between the brain, the neurotransmitters, and the gut. The microbiomes are essential in the production of certain hormones like the serotonin and the dopamine, which are responsible for mood enhancement, and they address anxiety and depression. And in consequence, looking at when there is imbalance, the positives we have, of course, there is adequate digestion, and there is brain development, and there is protection and clearance from pathogen infection. And the negative side of this is that there could be chronic kidney disease in the long term, and there's gastrointestinal disorders, and there's colon cancer development. Now, looking at the direct and the indirect impacts of these biases. Now, the direct impact of these biases is simply the digestive system. The irritational bowel syndrome, for instance, and then there's food intolerance, there's ulceration, there's small intestine bacterial overgrowth, that's SIBO, and then there is bacterial infection as well, vaginal bacterial infection. And then looking at the indirect impact, we have the fatty liver, colorectal cancer, we have the chronic fatigue, malnutrition, and then atherosclerosis. Now, let's just look at the treatment goals for these biases. Well, number one is to restore microbial balance and prevent complications due to these biases, like the indirect complications like the colorectal cancer, which is very high. And these biases has been linked to be one of the causes of colorectal cancer, and to maintain optimal pH and to support immune function. Now, let's look at the challenges with, first of all, the common management options like the prebiotic and probiotic management, and the dietary modifications, pH regulation, lifestyle changes, and the FMT. Now, there are challenges to these treatment options. One of the challenges is that there is lack of targeted treatment for restoring beneficial microbes, and there is limited access to high concentration CFU probiotics. And then there is limited awareness and poor patient compliance, especially the limited awareness. Most cases, most times, we misdiagnose these biases. Some patients will say, is diarrhea I'm having? Is this one I'm having? But it could be just this biases, and all you need is what? Is a probiotic. Now, that will take us to the solution proper, the solution to these biases, which we in Nature's Field offer. That's Nature's Field probiotic ranges. Now, we have 3 different ranges. We have the daily probiotic, we have women's once care daily probiotic, and we have women's once daily vaginal care probiotic. If not for time, I wanted us to play a game, but I will not do that because of time. But if anyone can call the women's once daily vaginal care probiotic, after this, you can meet me. If you can say this 5 times within 10 seconds, I have a gift. Like with a word porn, you can say this 5 times in 10 seconds, you have a gift from me. That's women's day vaginal care probiotic, like that, 5 times in 10 seconds. Now, let's look at each of our SKUs for our probiotic SKUs. Now, looking at the daily probiotic, it has a prebiotic and probiotic blend, 500 milligram, 1.5 billion CFU, and that comprises of insulin, which is a prebiotic fiber, which acts like food for both the exogenous probiotic that is coming from our probiotic, and then the endogenous already existing probiotic in the system. And then the 1.5 billion CFU comprises of the lactobacillus species and the bifidobacterial species. And then we have the Women's K once daily probiotic. Now this comes in serving container of 30. Now 1 capsule daily. Of course, there'll be high compliance because it's just once in a day. Constituents basically organic prebiotic fiber blend, 375 milligram. That's the food for the bacteria, both the exogenous and the endogenous. And then we have, of course, that supports gut health, natural prebiotic that supports the gut microbiota. And then we have the Women's Daily Probiotic, 248 milligram of that, and 50 billion CFU. That comprises of the lactobacillus species and the bifidobacterium species too. Now, the benefit is on the women's and genital health, immune support, metabolic and weight management, mental and mood health, and of course, gut and digestion health. And the last but not the least, women's once daily vaginal care probiotics. It comes in 1 capsule daily, and of course, having per container 30 for a month. So the constituents are as follows. We have women's health probiotic, 55 billion CFU, about 267 milligram of that. And then the benefits, of course, restores and maintains vaginal flora, prevents and reduces infection. And then we have the raw fruit and vegetable blend. Now, the raw fruit and vegetable blend are the prebiotic. If you notice, all the ranges of the probiotics, they have prebiotics and postbiotics because we are not just giving the probiotics, we are also giving the food for the existing probiotic and the one we are adding to ensure that we have a comprehensive solution to these bowels. And now we have the yeast digestive enzyme blend. Now, there are some yeast in particular has resistance to certain probiotics, so they can't compete negatively. You know, yeast is good, yes, we know that, but when it's high concentration, it goes higher than normal, it causes issues, dysbiosis in particular. So now, why we decided to add this, formulate our probiotic with the yeast is to, for such cases of where the normal probiotic can't compete with yeast. So we have the yeast digestive enzyme that can do what? That can help in that condition. And of course, we also have the K-Fix Biotics Probiotic Blend, 25 milligram of that, which is 5 billion CFU. Now, K-Fix Biotics is I would say, is an ultramodern, let me use that, an ultramodern discovery. So now, there are some bacteria that are highly resistant to antibiotics, and also they are resistant to other probiotics. They can't compete. They can't compete against them. They are very stubborn and strong. They are resistant, highly resistant. Now, the K-Fix Biotic has been able to compete against several strains of this stubborn, highly resistant bacteria. Now, we have, of course, just like I've mentioned before, all the benefits of the probiotics. Now, we have, with special attention to the challenges that I mentioned before concerning the treatment of these bowels. One of it was stability of the probiotics. Yes, we have probiotics, but what's the stability? Can you store these probiotics in such a way that they don't lose their viability and they are still efficacious? Now, that's why the Nature's Field prebiotic ranges gives you, number one, shelf-stable desiccant line bottle, which prevents moisture and then preserves the biotic potency without refrigeration. You don't need to refrigerate our probiotic, solving one of the key challenges in the dysbiosis treatment, which I've mentioned before. And also, effective strains composition for dysbiosis management contains carefully selected probiotics. Now, there is high potency of probiotics, and then there is a K-Fix Biotics, which I mentioned before. So for stubborn strains and highly resistant probiotics, our Nature's Field probiotic ranges takes care of that. And of course, it's manufactured in the United States of America, and it's gluten-free, non-GMO, and vegetable capsule. So vegetarians can use, and the persons that are intolerant to gluten can as well use this. Now, I'll leave you with this. Dysbiosis disrupts, probiotics restores. Choose balance, choose optimum health, choose Nature's Field probiotic ranges. Thank you.
Thank you. So to find Round up. There's a question he wants to ask, and whoever can say that within 5 seconds is going to get a probiotic. Okay, can you go for the word porn?
The question is if you can call women's daily women's vaginal K probiotic. You can call it 5 times within 10 seconds. 5 times within 10 seconds. You get a prize.
So what he's saying is a word porn. Any person, any pharmacist that can say women once daily probiotic. Vaginal probiotic. How many times?
5 times in 10 seconds.
Can you please go to the product, please? Okay.
Not this one.
Not this one.
Women's once daily.
Okay, women's once daily vaginal care probiotic. Women's once daily vaginal care probiotic. Women once daily vaginal care probiotic. If you can, you are going to do it within 4 seconds. To say it 5. Then the person will get the women's once daily vaginal probiotic. Who wants to give it a try? Huh? Okay, please. Be fast. My time is up. As it's coming, we are back and better with our retail raffle draw, Nature's Field, which we are going to do the final round at the National ACPN conference in Oka. But right now, we are using this conference to unveil the retail raffle draw. We already have the vehicle 2015 SUV to be won. It's just 600,000 naira worth of energy.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Women's once daily vaginal care probiotics. 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 Women's once daily vaginal care probiotics.
We are going to give you 2 probiotics. The number, the daily probiotic, and the women once daily. He's a pharmacist. Do we have any question?
Champions, stand up. Stand up.
Thank you very much.
For the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up. Stand up. For the champions, for the champions.
So first of us, are you ready?
Stand up, stand up.
So just get ready. First of all, just hold on, just get ready. So ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to release fellows how to be in the call of the exhibition stand. So we'll go and inspect everything to ensure that the place is ready and safe for us. So please, can we give them a big round of applause? All the fellows in the house, can you please do this assignment for us? This assignment will be led by Pharmaceuticals, Ayeni, and supported by the chairman, ACPN Lagos, and the chairman, CEC 2025 planning committee. Please, the fellows in the house, for as many as are willing to join them. Those that maybe due to one reason or the other you want to sit back, please, you are allowed to sit back. But those that are available to join them, please, you can do us this simple honor. We really appreciate you. Please, a round of applause for them as they go on our behalf. Don't worry. We have about 30 to 45 minutes that everybody will be going to exhibition stand, and that is at 1 p.m. So please, that is when... So the elders are leaving. I thought we would clap for them as they leave. They are coming back. They just want to ensure that everything is put in place so that when it's time for every one of us to visit, it will be seamless. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for your labor of love. Thank you for all that you have done for ACPN since the 70s that it was created and many decades after. We are beneficiaries of your fantastic efforts. So thank you to the elders. So while that is ongoing, we'll take the second presentation. First of us, drug and allied products. If you're ready, the stage is yours for your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pharmacist Vast Modi. I'm happy to be in your midst this afternoon. We've been in Abuja doing our business of drug distribution, but it is said that if you are not in Lagos yet, that means you are still an infant. So we want to grow from being an infant to adults. Since I got into Lagos, the welcome has been very, very warm, and I'm happy to be here. So good afternoon once again, great men of honor. Today I'm going to be making a presentation on the advocacy for a healthier living for people who take alcohol. Please, your rapt attention is very important, and it is good we have it at this time because it's an innovative brand that we want to present to you this afternoon. So now we have WHO always talk about health. Because I hope this is working. Okay, so WHO always talks about health, and health has been defined as a state. I hope it's working, please. So health has been defined as a state of complete health, physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of a disease or infirmity. This simply shows that when you embark on preventive care, it can actually go a long way in helping to, adjust the lifestyle choices of our patients. And this will go a long way preventing diseases as well as death. That being said, in our society, there are so many people who actually take cigarettes, who take alcohol, who need to be advised on the lifestyle choices that they are embarking on. Okay, and we as community pharmacists are in the position to do that. If this is not done, definitely in the long term, these patients will come down with terrible health consequences. Now, alcohol consumption, this presentation is going to be based on alcohol consumption, basically. There are some statistics that we have all over stating that 4 out of every 5 patients that come to our place take alcohol, adult patients or people. Okay, so if we are about 500 in this space, that means nothing less than 400 of us actually take alcohol, about 400 or so. Now, people who take alcohol, most of the time, they tell you that they don't have any issue at all, that their body, it's okay. But like we said, it's about prevention. Preventive care is the gold standard. The fact that somebody has not come down with any infirmity or any disease resulting from the intake of alcohol does not mean that there is no potential risk. In the US alone, that was in 2022, 96,000 adults that died from liver disease. Out of the 96, about 46,000 were alcohol related. Let me also tell you something that you need to know. In the Nigerian market, about 2.18 trillion was sold by the brewers in 2019. This is quite huge. That means that the statistical report is actually true that many people actually take alcohol. And these are people that live in our societies. And we see them every day. Now, in 2019, about 2.16 million deaths were actually recorded. Okay, that was in 2019. Globally, 2.6 million deaths. Now, the healthcare solution that we are bringing to us today as community pharmacists, it's a medication that helps to support the body of those that take alcohol. Now, abstinence remains the gold standard. But the question is, out of the number of people, the large number of people that we preach abstinence to, results shows that more people actually cannot do without alcohol in their life. Now, the focus is on the people who actually cannot do without alcohol consumption. The message is always preached, but people still go ahead to take alcohol. And the fact that they go ahead to take alcohol and they keep telling you that one thing must kill a man, yes, they always say that, cannot stop the negative effect of alcohol from happening to them. As healthcare professionals, what do we owe these people? We owe them care. Just like we also owe our loved ones what? Care. It does not matter their belief. It does not matter what they stand on in life or whatever thing that they pursue, their disposition. The fact remains that as healthcare professionals, we need to care for these people and also help to run this advocacy of caring for those who take alcohol in our communities. Now, the role of the pharmacists in our practice, especially the community pharmacy, is to help identify these patients. Yes, it's not about asking them whether they take alcohol or not. It's about going a step further to provide a solution to them. Before now, when we identify a patient that takes alcohol, most of the time we actually do not really have so much to do about it apart from counseling them. But in this situation, we are looking at giving them a solution, taking that extra step to help these patients and have their body supported. I hope this is working. So today we'll be presenting to us a product called Alcohol Safe. Alcohol Safe is a dietary supplement, okay, that helps to protect the liver as well as help to repair damaged liver cells. We already know that the alcohol intake affects the GIT, it affects the brain, it affects the heart, and largely affects the liver, causing fat deposits on the liver. The fat deposits there can be generally categorized as fatty liver. These are consequences of alcohol consumption. So Alcohol Safe contains essential phospholipids, 300 milligrams. Essential phospholipids is a natural support component for the liver. And as a result, it helps to reduce a lot of the negative effects of alcohol on the liver, such as hepatocarcinogenesis. So it has the essential phospholipid, which also helps to repair, any part of the liver that is already damaged. But then I want to make a caveat here. When it gets to liver cirrhosis, there may not be any need to use this medication because at that time, liver transplant may be advised. So it's for that reason we're actually preaching preventive care or starting the care as early as possible to take care of these patients. Now, we also have another medication. Please, next slide. Another medication called Alcohol Care. Alcohol Care is alcohol detox, helping to reduce hyperacidity and hangover side effects associated with alcohol consumption. It has activated charcoal in it, which helps to mop up the harmful metabolites, that's the acetaldehyde, that causes intoxication, nausea, vomiting, and all of that. So it also helps to reduce the alcohol blood level. We have activated charcoal, which helps to take care of the hyperacidity side effect. Vitamin B2 is usually lost whenever alcohol is taken on a long term. So having it in this medication is more or less a replacement therapy. Okay, now the phosphatidylcholine, which is also a content of Alcohol Care, It's one of the building blocks of the cell membrane, helping to maintain the integrity of the GIT generally. Please, next slide. So these are medications that have been designed specifically for those that take alcohol in our communities. Now, as pharmacists, whenever we're using alcohol care, it has activated charcoal, so we don't need to give it alongside other medication. We need to space the time of administration for about 2 hours to avoid alcohol care, reducing the bioavailability of other medications. Now, the two medications, alcohol care and alcohol safe, can be taken together. One is helping to reduce hangover and hyperactivity, and the other is helping to protect the liver as well as repair damaged liver cells. However, the time of administration for the two of them needs to be spaced out. That being said, let us focus in our community in helping these patients that actually take alcohol. It does not matter their belief system. Okay, what matters right now is that they deserve to be cared for. And when we do this, and we are recognized as, health champions for people that take alcohol in our community, that will also help us get some reward, and why we provide this care for them. Our booth is just here to the right, just this right side, the very second booth X7, and currently we're running a promo. So we are asking for your support, and we believe that you are going to oblige us. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So I don't know if there will be time for 1 or 2 questions. Okay, so if you have any questions, kindly come to our stand, and you'll be well attended to. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. So if you have questions, please, you can visit them at the exhibition stand. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you enjoying yourself so far? That answer is not encouraging. Are you enjoying yourself so far? All right, I can say that some of us are a bit tired. The next item on the agenda is definitely going to keep us on our toes and on our feet. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present to you an energetic pharmacist. By name, she is Omotunde Badiru. She's a trailblazing pharmacist, certified health coach, and dedicated member of the Society of Lifestyle Medicine of Nigeria. Combining her expertise in wellness with a passion for dance, she founded Excelsior, a groundbreaking dance company. The flagship program by this company is called Motion Boost. It revolutionized corporate events with engaging movements, breaks that combat sedentary routines and boost well-being. Omotunde has collaborated with esteemed organizations including Cowslow, led by the First Lady of Lagos State for 5 consecutive years, LSDPC, HABS, and the Society of Lifestyle Medicine of Nigeria. With her creativity, energy, and dedication, Omotunde is a go-to expert for organizations seeking to elevate their events from symposia and scientific conferences to produce launches, board meetings, and strategic meetings while inspiring active lifestyle. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you pharmacist Omotunde Badiru for Refresh O'Clock. Please, a round of applause for her.
So good day, everyone. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Cameraman, please, I would need you to zoom in because I would need myself to project it here. So just like he said, my research has been found out that health workers, though we are champions of health and wellness, are being impacted by prolonged sedentary behavior. Just like I've noticed how many hours we have had to sit. And it's been found out that because of that, you can have reduced focus, reduced productivity, and increase in health risk. And having seen that gap, that was when my company thought of, what can we do to fill this gap in? And we brought up a flagship program called Motion Boost, where we infuse fun and energize movement breaks as short as maybe 5-10 minutes, just to boost you. And at the end, you get the health benefit of physical activity. You are refocused, you are energized, and of course, to gain the whole benefit of this program. So I would need everyone, please. You're going to watch me, we're going to demonstrate. So we're going to start from the chair. Cameraman, I can't see myself. So everybody, can we sit up? Yeah, sit. Very well. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so, DJ, shoot. So just watch my movements. I will give you promptings. So sit, can you see where I'm sitting? I'm not leaning lazily, I'm just sitting. Okay, so while he's trying to program the audio, just tap. Tap, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. If you need to move back, move away from your table, please do. You will need space because you're going to stand up. So you're not just going to be here. So I will advise you to move. Are you ready? 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now stretch and bring back. Stretch, bring back, stretch, and bring back. Stretch and bring back. Stretch and bring back. Now I try to say, stretch towards your knee, bring back, stretch and try to sustain. 1, 2, 3, and bring back. And 1, 2, 3, and bring back. Now, open and bring back. Now, open and bring back. Okay? Open and bring back. Open. Of course, ladies, if you know you're wearing, you don't need to open too much. Open and bring back. Now, my trousers, so it's open and bring. Audio, what's happening? Open and bring back. Open and bring back. Open. And now watch me. I bend. 1, I tilt. Again. 2, tilt. 3, tilt. 4, tilt. 5, tilt. 6, tilt. Again. 1, tilt. 2, tilt. 3, tilt. And 4, tilt. Are we ready? Okay. Good. From beginning. Is that the last? Okay, please. Okay, so let's raise up our hands. Stretch. Stretch as much as you can. Stretch. Bring closer to yourself. Good. Up. Now, slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Now 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Now watch me. Hold the back of your chair and just bend slightly your hand as if you are looking as much as you can. Don't stress if you can. Just look. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring back. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Bring back. 1, 2, 3. Now stand up. 1, 2. Now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Let's do it available. 2, 3. You can't see me. Cameraman now. You are looking at me. 1, 2, 3. Now. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now move. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Now look at me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This sound is killing me. Is that audio of the next one available, please? Is it ready? It's ready. Okay, play the second one, please. I think I might have this. Hello. Are you ready? Okay, the next one. The next one. Increase it, please. I need sound. Good. Now watch me.
This peace you have given me, the world can never take it
from
me.
Sway.
No, no, no.
What's wrong with this?
is in the house of the righteous.
You want us to take it once more? You want us to take it once more? Let's repeat it again one more time on that done. One more time. One more time on that done. Replay it again. Okay. Okay. Watch me. Now. 1, 2. 1, 2.
The world can never take it from me.
1, 2.
No, no, no.
1, 2.
This peace you have given me, the world can never take it from me.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Now.
your blessing I see. Goodness and mercy always follow me. Just the love you have given me. It's sweet past this melody. Love me by mouth, yes you are good. Your joy they make me they sing like oh. I got you
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, I told you she's an energy bomb. Can you see? In case you don't know, we went to the same school, the best university, pharmacy school in Nigeria. I'm sure you know the school by now. Or do you want me to announce it? At least you know just beat us 15-0. She's a product of our school and we're so proud of her. While we were in school, she was a dancer. She taught us how to dance. Any choreography, she's there to teach us. I'm not surprised that she's using her passion even to bless lives. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's celebrate Pharmacist today. Thank you. So you can invite her to any of your programs. She's there to lift the spirits, and that is what we enjoy. Also, we are honored to have in our midst another pharmacist that's doing great in another industry entirely. He is operating at the National Sports Commission. Please help me welcome. I just want him to wave Pharmacist Victor Ayeme, Technical Director, Nigerian Mixed Martial Arts Federation. Please a round of applause for him. That's another pharmacist doing great things in a different industry entirely. So who told you that pharmacists cannot do a lot? So please, let's leverage on our strengths. Let's leverage on those God-given talents and use pharmacy to pivot our goals forward. And definitely the world will recognize the good deeds that we do. So I'd like to invite my co-compare. Please, where are you? Please join me on stage to invite the next presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, please, in a few minutes' time, everybody will be going on a short break. And that's the time we're going to the exhibition stand. So please just wait for the right time. So hopefully by then, the fellows will be back in the house and then we may proceed at the right time. Thank you.
Okay, so the next product presentation will be taken by OPE. OPE, are you in the house? Okay, please put your hands together for OPE as they come for their presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here. And the last speaker to the MC was my colleague in school as well. And we are the ones representing you in that in the fintech space. There are a lot of pharmacists in the tech space today. And we are still thinking about forming a technical group that will accommodate us, because I actually pay for my ACPN, register for ACPN, because it's the cheapest of the deals for me. So, but NAIP is the most expensive. I'll talk about OPE Smart Business Solutions. I want to be able to control the presentation. As we know, OPE is they've been able to disrupt the market with infrastructure.
3 years, I have been able to employ it, engage it in my community pharmacy practice, and how you can also get to use it in community pharmacy practice. So what I discovered in the survey I put out is that quite a lot of us know about it. You're just 25% that say they don't know about it. And that means I'm talking to people who have engaged in it. So I'm in good company. And then I found something very, very interesting about the survey, that 50% of people are wary of using AI, especially the generative ones, the GPTs, which is like ChatGPT, Cloud AI, Jimi, Meta AI. I think this, and then Copilot. These are the major ones. ChatGPT is very popular, followed by Cloud AI. Then we have Gemini, and we have Copilot. And Copilot is one from Microsoft. Gemini is one from Google. ChatGPT is OpenAI, and like that. So I found out that 50% of people are wary about using it because they are wondering how accurate it can be. It's not coming. Okay. Oh, so I don't. Okay. This is the one I'm using. Let me just use my phone then. So we are going to be going into a lot of practice. And on the ACPN platform, or if I think the General Secretary has shared with us a link to some materials that we are going to be using to practice. So I want you to, before I get to that point, go to that link and get those materials opened, ready for use. We are going to be looking at how community pharmacy can use this thing in 3 different ways. There are numerous ways you can use AI in the community pharmacy, but I have narrowed down on 3 that I use it for very, very much. As in, I use it a lot for 3 common uses of AI in the community pharmacy practice. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to break all protocol, but we need to just do this. The keynote speaker needs to leave. He has a flight to pick right now, but we quickly want to do the presentation of his plaque to him right now. Please, can we go ahead? I need your permission. Can we please go ahead? Thank you. So I would like to invite our keynote speaker to please come forward. A round of applause for him. He has done a fantastic job. And this presentation will be done by Pharmacist Ayeni. To please, I'd like you also to please join us on stage for this presentation. Quickly, ably supported by ACPN Chairman Lagos Pharmacist Adeyeye. Thank you. We apologize. We'll come back to talk AI.
Wow. The chairman of BOT, chairman ACPN, fellows in the house, representative of the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and the national secretary, pharmacist Adeyeye, colleagues, distinguished gentlemen of the press. We have listened attentively to our keynote address speaker today. He came in all the way from Jos, from Tin City, and he has come to impart us with a lot of knowledge. And I believe we have been imparted with knowledge. Yes or no? So let's give him a round of applause. Our own dear
one-time salesman turned to a crusader where he wanted to be crucified. He became a professor of pharmacology because he refused to accept defeat. So that's the stuff pharmacists are made of. Today, he has traversed many areas of life. He's a barrister on his own, which means he's a man that knows his own rights. He doesn't wait to be taught what will be your right, what will not be your right. So you can't cheat him. And he has been imparting knowledge in various fields, as we have seen today. So on behalf of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, ACPN Lagos State Branch, whose people gathered here today, and they are well represented on this podium by their chairman, Pharmacist Adeyeye, have been asked to present this to you as an appreciation award to our own dear Professor Noel Wannang, Fellow, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellow, Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. They forgot to add another one. Fellow, Nigeria Academy of Pharmacy, as the keynote speaker at this year's Continuing Education Conference held in this auditorium today, March 11, 2025. I have the singular honor of presenting this to you. Congratulations. I think to make the occasion a memorable one and for the archives, I think the chairman BOT and the representative of the president, the representative of the registrar needs to be here so that they can ascertain that, yes, indeed, this man has done a wonderful job today, and it will go into the archives of the profession, and indeed, ACPN, that is a jolly good fellow who has imparted us with a lot of knowledge. Congratulations. Baba is just 84 days old.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please, let's celebrate Prof for this fantastic presentation he has done for us in Lagos today. And we believe that in 5, 10, 15 years' time, many successes will be achieved from all that we have heard from you today. And we can all look back and thank God for your life and your impact for the pharmacy profession. Please, one more time, let's celebrate him. And we wish him journey messages back as they catch a flight right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, sincerely, I want to apologize to Pharmacists. Please, would like to have you back on stage. Please, a round of applause for her. AI is very good. I saw on Twitter yesterday, someone was asking AI. Grok. Is it Grok? Was asking Grok. Grok, when will I become a billionaire? And Grok reply, there's no data to back it up.
Yeah. Thank you very much for having me back. So, I will be sharing with you 3 applications of AI in the community pharmacy. It's not as if it's only 3. They are numerous. But I have picked 3 because it seems to be the most relevant based on the survey I did, and also because it's a lesser known use of AI in the community pharmacy. So these are the 3 I'll be sharing with us. Laboratory report analysis. You can use AI, you can use ChatGPT and the other generative models to actually process or analyze and interpret laboratory results. You can also use it to give you ideas or information and insight about medication therapy management and data analysis for business growth. So I will be sharing with you how you can do this because it's a workshop. It's going to be hands-on. And I believe by now, a lot of us will have gotten that link opened and the materials extracted for use very soon. So when it comes to laboratory report analysis, as I said, it can be used to interpret the results, analyze it, and then make recommendations, and also to even communicate the information to the clients you have at record speed. Now, the question that comes to mind is how accurate is this? Because 50% of us who answered the survey said they are concerned about the accuracy. So let me use a personal example to answer this concern. There was a time last year, my son began to develop one strange symptom. He would just stop and say, my chest is paining me. And I'm like, what is going on? And sometimes for like 10 minutes, he will be breathless. He will just stay in one place. Someone that is very energetic will just stay in one place. He will not be able to breathe properly. As in, he will just stay there and be doing, and I was wondering what it was. After that, he will be playing, he will be jumping, he will be everywhere, and you will feel there's all is fine. Then the next moment, you'll be like that. So one day, I said, enough is enough. Let me just stop looking at him like this, because it was now becoming a little more frequent. So I took him to do a chest x-ray. And when the result came out, he said there was nothing. I was not convinced that there was nothing. So what I asked the lab people to do was to give me a soft copy of the x-ray. And they gave it to me. I downloaded it on my phone and I ran it through Cloud AI. Cloud AI is very, very good for such things, as we shall see. And it was able to let me know that there were some early, it was subtle. I asked it a question. I said, see, if there's any subtle changes, any minimal change, deviation from the norm, it should let me know. And it was able to tell me that there were slight inflammatory changes that were happening around the diaphragm, that when I asked and I put clinical symptoms at the end of the day, it was able to tell me that this looks like a mild case of asthma. And so the natural medicine person that I was, I decided to address it and say, okay, this is inflammation, an inflammatory change that is going on. I started him on some anti-inflammatory spices and herbs. We ran it for like 2 weeks and he became okay. Till now, we've not heard that thing again. So if you are asking if it is accurate, I would say to an extent, because it was able to tell me something that the regular lab person, the lab could not tell me. It was able to look at very minute changes and explain that, and ever since then, I've been using this severally, and I have been getting the same thing. So accuracy could be as high as almost, even up to 90, because I'm very careful not to use 100%. But I can tell you it has eyes where humans may not even have eyes to see some changes in deviations from the norm in lab results. I have also been able to upload laboratory reports in PDF form on Cloud AI. And Cloud AI is something I want you to download because we're going to use it for practice. It's better than GPT when it comes to laboratory analysis. And it is more ethical. If it gets to a point, it will tell you this is not my, I won't go beyond my boundaries. Yes, it does that a lot. Where ChatGPT doesn't have boundaries, Cloud AI has boundaries and is usually careful to give answers. And it will tell you, you need to correlate information with a physician and all that. So I'm usually more comfortable using Cloud AI to work than GPT in many instances when it comes to laboratory analysis. Try it, you will see what we are going to use. An ECG report that I generated from. I have this Omron 2-in-1 machine, and I generate PDF of ECG reports that I can now run through AI, and it will give me an analysis and interpretation on it. And it also depends on the prompt. So in that document, you will see a prompt. That prompt, I use it, and most of the time when I use it, it comes out with comprehensive ECG report, even without the cardiology reports. So I hope I'm not in trouble here, because it seems I'm stepping out of some boundaries that I know. But of course, you need to still correlate whatever you have with clinical reports and still need to work with engage specialized care in this thing. But the truth of the matter is it can do it. It has that capacity to interpret, analyze, interpret, and make recommendations. It can even help you communicate these findings in a way that the clients can understand. So I will tell you to say, use 7th grade language and write and communicate this to the clients. And then I take it out. It is not, I don't believe in AI dependent. I believe in AI assisted. So I actually will take it out and use my own style of writing. It has given me insight, and then I'll now modify and edit it, and it will give me something comprehensive, easy to understand by the client. I was able to help a client in this way. One time when she went to GH, and several times she's been there, she's been taking treatments and everything to no avail. But I just felt that they've not been able to listen well to what she's really what is going on with her. So with the help of AI, within 10 minutes, I was able to run all her symptoms, her history and everything, and write a referral letter, which I wrote in a very respectful way so that the person who will read it will read it. And I sent her back. I said, see, with this letter, go back again to GH. They will attend to you better. And that was what happened. So I realized that communication is very important in this thing. And AI is able to articulate these thoughts better and faster. So she was able to go to the back to General Hospital with these reports that AI had assisted me in generating, and she got better care. Now her blood sugar is better controlled. Her BP, in short, she's even fine. And this was someone that was not really my customer. Is on and off, because you know the way they feel sometimes about pharmacists, that in a pharmacy their things are expensive. But that particular act, that me, I could go down and download and print out a document for her to take to the hospital, and she got a better report, made her a more loyal customer to the pharmacy. So that's one way you can use AI. The second way in the community pharmacy is medication therapy management. So there are certain aspects of medication therapy management that I'm interested in. Drug interaction and drug nutrient depletion. Drug-induced nutrient depletion. So you can actually use these AI models to help you flag drug-drug interactions, potential drug-drug interactions that could be risky, and also potential drug-induced nutrient depletion. And it will tell you, okay, we are going to see practical now. Part of those documents in that link is one of it, a sample prescription, the sample prompt to use, and you will see what it will generate. And that will now help you make better recommendations. Even still with you, AI, making the recommendations that you need to, you will always need to check. That is why we are pharmacists. And then you can now even communicate it to the clients. And if you have to, if need be, even communicate with the physician that is managing the client. So that's the third one. Then second one. Then the third one I find very interesting is generating business insights of my business of my pharmacy. So I have this hardcover book in my pharmacy where we call it customer encounter book, log book. So for a customer that we made a recommendation, either it is to referral to the lab or we gave some products in the pharmacy, whatever it is, we have a customer encounter book where we would write, okay, and say this is the name of the person, this is the phone number, this was the complaints the person came with, and this is what we recommended. We had that book for the purpose of after 3 days, we will call the client and find out how far. But I now realize that I had data after panel 16. Is it 16 years? Panel 16, last year's panel. I realized that this data I had already with me could do more than just us following up on the customer. In short, that was at that point, I decided to call my book not customer follow-up. I started calling it customer encounter because I found that it has gathered a lot of data for me that I could use to generate business insights for growth. Sorry. They say I should use AI, but I don't know. This one is not coming up again. Okay. This is where I am. It's not moving. Okay. Yes. So I use that customer encounter logbook for data analysis and generate business insight so that I now make plans about how the next marketing strategy based on what came out from my pharmacy. I'm now able to develop marketing strategy, policies about with regards to different things I want to do in the pharmacy. It gives me clarity. And we are going to see how this is possible. So now my customer logbook is not just for follow-up again. We are using it to gather data that every quarter we can look at and now start planning what we can do in the next quarter based on what we got from those data. So now it's time for practice. Let's practice. Hey, I don't know what is happening. Okay, so we are here. Let's practice. So can we open? The first one is laboratory analysis. Now, if you notice, there's an image of an ECG graph. I want you to download that image of an ECG graph. I don't know if you are with me. Download that image and upload it on Cloud AI. I don't think ChatGPT will really give you anything much. But download it and upload it on Cloud AI. There is a prompt. There's an ECG prompt. You see it. That document is labeled ECG prompts. Copy that prompt. After uploading the ECG, paste it there. That's the prompt that has been helping me gain insights. Copy that prompt and paste it on Cloud AI. You can try it on ChatGPT. I don't know how it will look like, but I know Cloud AI will give you insights. And then run it through and see what comes out. Is anybody following? Is anybody trying it? There is a link that has been shared. In that link, you will find series of documents. One of it is an image of an ECG. Download that image. Are we there? I'm sure there are some of us that are there, right? If you are there, let me see your hands. Let me know how far we can go because I've been asked to make it as practical as possible. So are we there now? Have you seen the ECG graph? Now download it. And if you have the app Cloud AI, CLAUDE, it's on Google Play Store and it's also on Apple Store. Download it. If you don't have it, it takes seconds to get it on your phone, maybe minutes. Now, upload that image on Ayeni. There is a provision for attachment. You will see a plus sign at the bottom. Upload that image. And then, have you seen the ECG prompt? Have you seen the ECG prompt? Just copy that prompt and paste it on that chart. And then just run it and see what comes up. So, now, the question is, at what stage are we now? We have downloaded the image, right? Now, have you uploaded it? Have you uploaded it on Ayeni? You can try it on ChatGPT too if you want to. But I'm very sure about Ayeni. It's the best for such. Now, when you do that, run the prompt. There's a lengthy prompt I have developed. Run the prompt on it and see what comes up. Has anybody been able to try it? For me, it was helpful in helping an elderly lady to know whether she needed to be worried and go and see a cardiologist again, or whether, follow with the treatment they've been giving you. Nothing much has changed. That thing was very, very helpful. And you can always retry to see if the same information will come up over and over again. See, mind you, we are dealing with something that is not 100% accurate. So have that at the back of your mind. But at the same time, it is capable of some things. So if you've tried your hand on it, has anybody come up with any results? Has anybody in the room come up with any results? Nobody. Is anybody come up with any results from the chat bots? We still have others, or we still have 2 more to show. But I don't know how much my time, I don't know how much we have. But anyway, you could try it later on in your own, at your own convenience. Then the next one, the one of medication therapy management. There are a list of drugs that was given to a client. You can copy and paste it on the chatbots and take that prompt for there's a prompt for that for the medication therapy management analysis. Take that prompt and do the same thing. Run it and you will see a result. Likewise, the one about the data gathered from the pharmacy over a period of 1 month. That data too, you can download it and upload it. That is better on ChatGPT. When it comes to brainstorming business ideas, ChatGPT is very, very good for business. So you can do that on ChatGPT. Download that Excel spreadsheet. It will download as a PDF form. Upload it on ChatGPT. Take that prompt that says prompt for business data analysis or business insight. Take it and paste there. Run it through. There's a second prompt. Prompt 2 is now like, give me 10 suggestions on how to monetize these insights gleaned. And it will show you how you can monetize it with your pharmacy. So it's acting like a business coach also. You can pick 1 or 2 and say you want to run with it for the next quarter, which is something I've been trying my hands on also. So I need to move on, but we can try it, and maybe at the end I will leave room for questions and feedback based on the assignment that has been given. Now, there are some drawbacks and limitations to using this generative AI. One of it is that it is not specific. Unlike things like UpToDate, Medscape, which is specific, it has been tailored for such. Unlike things like Mytavin is for drug-induced nutrient depletion. Unlike all these ones, these generative bots, as in, what they call it again, generative AIs, are not really specific. So you still need the input of, you need to get the clinical symptoms, you need to still add professional touch to it, marry both what you are getting with what is in real life. So you cannot take it 100% hook, line, and sinker. But it is capable of doing a lot of things for you that can help improve how you manage patients within the pharmacy. Of course, judgment for complex cases cannot really do. You cannot. For complex cases, it cannot. So you still need to still apply your God-given brain, but it can give you guidance, as in guidelines, as in can help you along the way. At least it can help you with at least 70% of what you are looking for. Then, data privacy is a problem. So what I do when I upload some of this thing, I try to remove the names because I don't know how this information is circulating around. So you should also consider the data privacy of the information that you are uploading. These are some of the things I have seen as a drawback and limitation, but it can always be worked around. It can always be worked around. Now, so these are the ways to mitigate some of those limitations. These are the ways to mitigate some of those drawbacks. Use AI as a supplementary tool, not a replacement. Ensure clinical judgment is always involved in decision making, and implement strict data privacy measures. I leave us with this to ponder on. AI won't replace pharmacists. No, don't see it as a threat, because I saw some people clicked on that option that they see AI replacing pharmacists. It won't. There is still a personal touch that AI cannot perform. Now, AI won't replace pharmacists, but pharmacists who master AI will lead the way. Don't miss out on the future of pharmacy. Learn to leverage AI today. Because if you don't know how to use it and someone else knows how to use it, and that person is really, really giving information, and that person is giving value to the clients, they will move to that person. So we need to actually learn to an extent to know how to leverage AI. Because what I will take days to do, I can do it in minutes with AI. The next thought I want you to ponder on is, AI isn't a threat. It's a game changer. The future belongs to pharmacists who embrace innovation. Not those who fear it. There's no need to fear AI. Take it to your advantage. Leverage it for your advantage. And that is all I have to say, apart from the practice. Thank you very much. So is there any question, any feedback? I think I still have some time. MC.
Questions? So tell us your name and your question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Favor Wusu. It's not really a question. It's just trying to kind of support and to say that what you are teaching us today is something that is very practical and very lucrative if you know how to really use it in your practice. Personally, for me, what you said, I actually do it at a level. I have clients who come and they do their medical checkups, the yearly medical checkups, and they'll come to you as a pharmacist. Please, I have done all this. Please, can you help me check? I don't do it free anymore. So what I do is, just as you said, I put all the details in Cloud AI. It gives me a report. I ask for Cloud AI to give it to me in very simple language. And this is what I generate, and I discuss with the client, and they pay for it. So it's a service that they pay me for. So I think what she's teaching us is something that we can all tap into. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more question.
Was going like this, so I thought you were directing me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Musumola Josmo. Anti-pharmacists, thank you very much for what you have taught us. I have benefited a lot from both ChatGPT and the cloud. It helps me to generate a lot of content for my menopause. But I want to ask a very specific question. What is the main difference between ChatGPT and cloud?
Okay. ChatGPT is more for, I think it's basically the kind of thing it can do very well. They are both generative AI models specializing in natural language processing. However, what I have observed is that ChatGPT is very good at brainstorming. So when I want to develop a business package or some of my services, I have used it to brainstorm. It's very good at brainstorming. It's also good for information that is not medical related. But when it comes to medical related questions, Claudia is it. And when I'm also, that one is on the other side, not related to pharmacy. When I'm trying to dig deep and do some extensive Bible study and I'm looking for insight and different verses to pull from, ChatGPT, Claudia does it very well. So I've just noticed that he's very good at some things. But another thing is that cloud AI is ethical, very ethical. Once it says that it's going beyond its boundary, it will not tell you any information. It will not give you any information. It will tell you, I apologize, but I cannot do this. Please go and check with your healthcare provider. That's what it will do. But for cloud AI, it will give you any information you want. It's very good at that one. So when I say that cloud AI is limiting me in getting those information, what I can do is whatever information it has given me so far, I will just copy it and paste it on on ChatGPT and continue the processing from ChatGPT. And ChatGPT will answer me. That's what I have found out. So they have not really looked into the ethical side too much on ChatGPT. But as I said, for business issues, business-related issues, ChatGPT is very, very good. For ethical-related issues, health matters, cloud AI. That's the difference I can bring up. I actually asked that question when preparing for this meeting. I can actually send it later because it's going to take me some time to go and retrieve it. The difference between cloud AI and ChatGPT. Then when it comes to Gemini is the one for Google. Because it is Google, it will give you references where you can go to. I used that one when I was doing my master's. It will just fish out where all those references are. It was very good for research. Because it is Google, it knows how to search. So Gemini was actually what I was using to fish out research materials of my work. There are other ones. Those ones are mainly for research purposes, like Notes. There's Notes GPT, where you can take a YouTube link, maybe a video you have watched on YouTube that you liked, and you want it summarized. But Notes GPT can do. Just put the link there, it will just summarize it for you. You can now ask it to gain insight. It will help you gain insight into that video. You don't even need to watch the whole length of the video. You will get the gist. Okay, so this talk of generative AI and all this, we may not be able to finish everything today, but if you want more training, I actually do trainings on that. If you want more, Anti-Pharmacist is my popular name. I don't know if it's okay to start giving number here, but Anti-Pharmacist, if you Google it, you'll see my Instagram. My page is there. So we can talk more. But it's something that I really wish every pharmacist can use to do. Before some other people will just come and take over the space and start using it to be helping people. Let's leverage on it. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Please, let's celebrate her. So after this presentation, we've given you a new name, Anti-AI. All right, so please, ladies and gentlemen, our time is really fast spent, and we need to just move on. Masterclass is about to come up right now. And so please permit me that we move to the master classes and then we go for exhibition break. Is that fine? So please don't forget, lunch is going to be served. So please be rest assured. So I would like to invite, this masterclass is being sponsored by Pharmaceuticals and Arsenal Laborex. And the topic is the critical role of community pharmacists in rolling out the WHO and NMEP multiple first-line approach to malaria treatment. And we are honored to have in our midst the speaker, Professor Abdulkadir Mohammed. Is a professor, is a consultant, pediatrician, and cardiologist. And this session is being sponsored by Pharmaceuticals and Arsenal Laborex Limited. Please, a round of applause for Prof. Abdulkadir Mohammed as he comes forward for his presentation. Afterwards, we'll be getting a presentation from Elbe Pharmaceuticals. Please get ready. And after that, we'll move swiftly for the second masterclass, which is being powered by New Heights Pharmaceuticals. And then I'll read out the details shortly. Also, as we said earlier, we have feedback links that have been created. So if you check the ACPN WhatsApp group, the links for the individual sessions we had today, you can rate the speaker for the AI and pharmaceutical care. You can rate the keynote speaker. You can rate the master classes. Everything that has been done, the venue, the MCs, everything should be rated so that we can be sure that what is not done well today can be improved upon tomorrow and subsequent conferences that we're going to hold. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, for the first masterclass, please help me welcome Pharmaceuticals, powered by Pharmaceuticals, and I would like to invite the rep from Arsenal Laborex Limited to please come forward to introduce our masterclass Prof for his presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, the fellows in the house. All protocols duly observed. My name is Pharmacist Emmanuel Nwachukwu. I work with Pharmaceutics. And today, briefly, we are going to be doing a master class on malaria. So, the person that will be taking us for this master class is a professor of pediatrics. He has also done a lot of work when it comes to malaria, and also is part of the leading professors in the malaria landscape in the University of Ilorin Teaching Hospital. Without further ado, a box will be shared in the course of this class, and there's a gift. So there's a pen inside the box, and there's a gift that will be going around. So once you, in the course of the class, once you listen very well, you can be able to attempt the simple question on that box. So just write it. When you write the answer, you come to the stand, you get a wonderful gift. I mean, wonderful gift. Please just join me while I make welcome Professor Abdulkadir Mohammed. He's going to take us for the master class.
Good. Does this work? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed, as we typically say. It's indeed my pride and honor to stand before this gathering to speak to something critical. As the son of a pharmacist, I must definitely indicate my pride, and I definitely will be sending this to my father to see I spoke to his people today. So I'll be speaking in the next few minutes on an issue that is very critical to all of us in this country and definitely beyond, which is the management of uncomplicated malaria.
It's not working. Next. This is not working. Okay. So specifically, I'll be looking through the guidelines for managing uncomplicated malaria and strategies for preventing anti-malaria resistance within the country. So what's malaria? We all know malaria is a parasitic infectious disease caused by protozoa of the genus Plasmodium. And Plasmodium falciparum is responsible for most severe cases and most cases, with over 97% of cases. We also have Plasmodium malariae in country, Plasmodium ovale scattered. We don't have much of Plasmodium vivax and nulci. By mode of transmission, just as a reminder, the major mode of transmission is by the bite of the infected female Anopheles mosquito, which characteristically bites within homes, bites in the evening times and at night. Also, we can have transmission occurring through blood transfusions. Here, the only thing is that the incubation period is much shorter, maybe about 2 days or so. And then there can be congenital transmission from mother to child through the placenta. Sorry, technology is... So, not to bore us with statistics, but as of 2023, there were over 263 million cases of malaria reported worldwide and 469,000 deaths occurring. It's unfortunate that Nigeria contributes about a quarter of this total number of cases, 25.9%, as the leading contributor, also followed by Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, Ethiopia, and the others. But when we look at deaths also, we contribute a disproportionately higher number of deaths. About 1 in 3 malaria deaths globally will be contributed by Nigeria. Remember, 1 in 4 cases, 1 in 3 deaths contributed by Nigeria, followed once again by Democratic Republic of Congo, Niger, Tanzania, and the others. Looking at statistics around Nigeria, generally the highest burden is recorded in the northwest of the country. And then as we move to the south, the burden tends to reduce. Now, this is a reflection of so many things, and we shouldn't see it that malaria doesn't occur in some settings. No, it does occur in some settings. But based on surveys, this is what we see, with the South-South recording about 15.6% burden. So by way of classification, the major classifications, the uncomplicated malaria and severe malaria. In the past, there used to be something called simple malaria, but we've run away from that terminology because what is called simple malaria gives an impression you don't need to do so much. It's just something common out there. But rather, we prefer the terminology uncomplicated malaria and then severe malaria. So what's uncomplicated malaria? This is symptomatic malaria with parasitemia, underlying parasitemia, meaning parasites must be demonstrated in the blood without signs of severity or any evidence of organ dysfunction. So this is what we'll most commonly see. Patients presenting with fever, chills, rigors, malaise. They will have nausea, vomiting, joint weakness. Examination, they may look a little pale. So that's the most common form of malaria that we see in children and adults. Then there can be severe malaria, which is malaria with life-threatening features. So here, mortality is 100% if nothing is done about it. So in this situation, they can be present with impaired consciousness, unarousable coma, they may be severely pale, they may be very weak, multiple convulsions, jaundice, difficulty in breathing. So those are the type of features that they may present with. And this type of patient, death is imminent. So I'll be speaking a little bit to the national guidelines for the treatment and diagnosis of malaria, which was launched in May 2020. And the aim of these guidelines is to standardize the process around the country in terms of diagnosis, in terms of what type of treatment is given. And it's meant to be used at all levels of our healthcare system, from the primary level up to the tertiary level. So it's not something just designed for the lower levels of the health system. So I'll go through a few key recommendations and guidelines from this guideline. The first is diagnosis of malaria. So the country has moved in line with the World Health Organization recommendation away from a clinical diagnosis of malaria, meaning that it's no longer acceptable that we just see patients with fever and those typical symptoms and we just say this is malaria. We must go further and make an attempt at a parasitological diagnosis to confirm that this patient actually has malaria. You know, I have teachers in the past that will tell you, I can just smell malaria. This patient is malaria. There's nothing. So we know that that sense of smell has been wiped out by COVID. So any such smelling is very wrong smelling. So it requires that we do a parasitological confirmation of the diagnosis. And as such, we have the policy of testing before we treat. And the benefits of parasitological diagnosis, they are very obvious. You are treating the right patient. You are spending time on the right condition. You are not wasting time dealing with what is wrong. And as such, you are able to address issues when it is not actually malaria. Most importantly, we reduce unnecessary use of anti-malarial, which is a big problem. We have heavy anti-malarial consumption, and yet we have very high mortality. So it means that people who require this are not actually getting it, because a lot of people who do not require it are actually getting this. And for our parasitological diagnosis options, of course, there is the age-long microscopy, which is what is still considered the gold standard. But just to highlight something, when we say microscopy is the gold standard, we are referring to expert level, WHO certified level 1 microscopy as the gold standard. And if we look across the states, I can assure you there are several states in this country that do not have a single WHO level 1 certified microscopist. Even Lagos, with the population and the capacity, probably doesn't have so many of them. So that is the gold standard. We have rapid diagnostic tests also, which are being heavily deployed. More recently, the urine malaria tests. Now, the malaria rapid diagnostic tests, I want to dispel a lot of beliefs. A lot of myths out there say these things do not work or they are not accurate and things like that. They have been put through studies at various levels in different settings, and we know that they are very accurate. In fact, the national guidelines no longer consider them to be a screening test, but they rather consider them to be a confirmatory test with over 95% sensitivity. And the advantages of these rapid diagnostic tests, they are accessible, they are very rapid, they are very easy to perform, and in different settings. We train community volunteers in performing these MRDTs. And then they can be deployed at all levels of our healthcare system. One disadvantage is that they are not useful in monitoring response to treatment, because a malaria RDT can remain positive up to 6 weeks after the patient has received appropriate treatment without any parasites still within the blood. Also, another key highlight is we have moved away from the old system where someone will report a malaria parasite film as 1+ or 2+ or 3+. We no longer use the plus system. Rather, slides are reported as malaria positive, malaria negative, and then an actual count is done. Whereas for the RDTs, they are reported as positive, negative, or sometimes inconclusive. So an important question we are often asked is, if I feel this is malaria, and this test has been done and they are negative, what should you do? If you are not feeling confident, you can do another malaria test, and I'm sure you will find that it still remains negative. And this is where we need to broaden our considerations to respiratory tract infections, muscular infections, skin infections, viral things generally. So to the meat of the matter, treatment of uncomplicated malaria. Our aim is to provide cure and then to prevent progression to severe malaria. So cure is a very important thing we want to achieve. And cure means no parasites existing within that particular individual. There's an additional objective of also clearing out gametocytes, which will be the source of transmission of malaria to others. And as such, since the early 2000s, Nigeria moved forward towards the use of the oral artemisinin-based combination treatments. And what are ACTs? They are artemisinin-based compounds, two rapidly schizonticidal drugs that are synergistic in action and have independent pathways of working, such that if there is resistance to one of them, the other one, it won't be resistant to it. And monotherapy is strictly prohibited. Artesunate monotherapy, artemether monotherapy, even if it's artemisinin-based, is prohibited. So this just summarizes the key recommendations globally. For uncomplicated malaria, artemether lumefantrine, artesunate amodiaquine, dihydroartemisinin piperaquine, artesunate pyronaridine, artesunate mefloquine. There's one more that is not there, which is artesunate sulfadoxine pyrimethamine. And for severe malaria, the guideline is very clear. It's intravenous artesunate, injectable artesunate. So let's dive a little bit more into the ACTs. So in Nigeria, we've adopted 4 ACTs for use. And those are artemether lumefantrine, artesunate amodiaquine, dihydroartemisinin piperaquine, and then, of course, pyronaridine artesunate as our 4 ACTs deployed for use countrywide. The newer additions, of course, we know from these 2020 guidelines are dihydroartemisinin, which I'll call DHP, and pyronaridine artesunate. So just briefly on the ACTs. So we know that there are 2 drugs contained within that. Artesunate, or the artemisinin-based compound, is rapidly schizonticidal and will wipe out close to 80-85% of the parasites. Any parasites that escape that now meet up with the partner drug. And the partner drug is also effective. It has a longer half-life. And as such, it has a longer post-treatment prophylactic effect. And that will wipe out any parasites that escape the first drug. So by this combination, we ensure that we are using very effective drugs. So just briefly on the 2 new additions. Of course, pyronaridine artesunate was recommended by the World Health Organization in 2019 and was shortly after introduced into our national guidelines in May 2020. We know it's safe and efficacious. There's a daily administration. Fatty meal is not required, unlike with artemether lumefantrine. And then it's available as child-friendly granules and tablets. So we have several studies in country. This is one of the landmark studies that was done by one of my mentors, Professor Catherine Falade in Ibadan, comparing artemether lumefantrine and pyronaridine artesunate. And it showed clearly non-inferiority. In fact, in some situations, pyronaridine artesunate was superior to artemether lumefantrine. If we look at day 28 cure rate, it was higher with pyronaridine artesunate, both corrected and uncorrected. So what this means is that if 100 children, and in this situation there were children between the ages of 3 months and 8 years, were treated with these drugs, in 2.6% of cases, they would still have malaria within a 28-day period under pyronaridine artesunate. Whereas with artemether lumefantrine, you would have about 11.9% of cases. In terms of parasite clearance time, fever clearance times, they're very similar. Adverse events were similar among both groups. And then the risk of hepatic events from another study in Burkina Faso was similar between PA and AL. DHP was the other one that was recently added following an initial recommendation by WHO in 2009. We know the piperaquine component carries a small risk of QTC prolongation. However, this isn't so much different from what chloroquine, which piperaquine is similar to, used to carry. And as such, it's considered within tolerable limits. It's also safe and efficacious. It has a longer post-treatment prophylactic effect. As patients that are treated with DHP, we don't expect them to develop malaria for as long as a 42-day period, unlike the others which are measured on a 28-day period. So these are studies conducted in country, and it's conducted in different states across the country. And I won't go through all of them, but just to say, following standard protocol and methodology, it has consistently shown the efficacy of our ACTs. In 2004-5, generally it's always been over 96-95%. Most recently, 2023-2024, that analysis is going on. But in 2021, that was the first time pyronaridine artesunate was tested, and in that study, it had 100% efficacy. So there are some other special situations in uncomplicated malaria where there's mixed infection. The ACTs are also very effective. Where the child weighs less than 5 kilograms. So if we remember, for the various drugs, the lower limit of the dosing is 5 kilograms. So if the child weighs less than 5 kilograms or less than 4.5 for the others, we are still supposed to use the dosage recommendation for 5 kilograms. For pregnant women and lactating mothers, in the first trimester, the guideline is clear. Artemether lumefantrine is what should be used. In the past, it used to be quinine and clindamycin. But we have shown clearly that artemether lumefantrine is safe in the first trimester of pregnancy. It's not as if the others may not be safe, but we don't have data to back safety in the first trimester. Whereas in all other trimesters, lactating mothers, the oral ACTs may be used. Because of time, I'll just skip some of this and speak to treatment failure. So treatment failure is an important issue. And this is basically failure to clear parasitemia or resolve clinical disease following treatment. Treatment failure is not equal to resistance. And there's often that misrepresentation or misunderstanding. A child may take an ACT and still have features at the end. Diagnosis was confirmed and still have features. Not necessarily because there's resistance, but there are several other factors. It may have been a problem with dosing. It may have been a problem with vomiting, inappropriate use of those drugs. And then sometimes it may actually be a misdiagnosis. So the guidelines recommend where there is a treatment failure, do a malaria microscopy just to confirm that this is actually malaria we are using. And then if it's positive, use an alternate ACT. So the last thing I'll talk about is resistance. An anti-malarial drug resistance is a fairly strict thing to achieve. And it refers to the ability of a parasite strain to survive and multiply despite administration and absorption of a drug given in doses equal to or higher than what is usually recommended, but within the tolerance of the subject. So it's not something that can be proven in routine clinical practice, but actually requires research settings to be able to do this. Now we have a problem of drug resistance that is beginning to rear its head, and I'll speak shortly to that. Relevant to our discussion today is artemisinin partial resistance. And this is defined as the presence of Plasmodium falciparum kelch mutations on chromosome 13 in at least 5% of cases with delayed parasite clearance. How do we know there is delayed parasite clearance? We know that patients who have received an ACT on day 3, day 0 being the day they started the ACT, on day 3 they shouldn't have any parasites on their blood film. If they have parasites on their bloodstream, then we know that that is delayed parasite clearance. And it is one indicator that that particular drug is beginning to have evidence resistance is developing against it. We all know the history of artemisinin resistance, how it started around the Thailand-Cambodia border and subsequently spread to involve the greater Mekong region. But what we've noticed now is since 2021, we started reporting in Africa the development of partial artemisinin resistance. It started first with reports from Rwanda, subsequently Uganda, Eritrea, and Tanzania most recently. And what is important about these mutations is that they are not mutations from somewhere else that was transmitted to that region. They were mutations that developed de novo on their own. So this tells us clearly that parasites all over the world are able to develop resistance to the artemisinin compound, irrespective of the particular region. And that's a red flag for Africa. And this led to, okay, before that, I'll just talk about some of the drivers of anti-malarial resistance that we see. There's what they are called background drivers. Now, these background drivers, we can't do so much about them. They are things like genetics. You know, we can't change our genetics. How we are is how we are. There are things like environmental factors, climate change. We can't do so much about that. But what we are particularly worried about are treatment-related drivers. And here, the first thing is that we have a higher number and proportion of parasites exposed to a drug. We have parasites that are exposed to only one drug. For example, where people are still using monotherapy with artesunate alone. We have parasites that are exposed to subtherapeutic levels of a drug. So let's imagine a situation where a patient has been given an anti-malaria and they really didn't have malaria. And within the 28-day period, they actually develop malaria. The parasite is now exposed to subtherapeutic levels of the drug. That kind of scenario is what drives the type of resistance that we see. And then, of course, we know parasites that are not fully sensitive are more likely to be transmitted. So this led the World Health Organization to develop the strategy for the response to anti-malarial drug resistance, specifically for Africa in 2022. And this strategy has 20 things. I know I'm moving a little fast, but it's because of time. Has 20 interventions across 4 pillars. And these 4 pillars are strengthening surveillance of drug efficacy and resistance. As a result, in Nigeria, every 2 years, we conduct malaria therapeutic efficacy testing, also in surveillance for the presence of resistance. Optimize the use of diagnostics and therapeutics to reduce drug pressure. And that's why we preach testing before treating, diagnosis before we go ahead to treat, so that we are hitting the parasite appropriately. Limiting the of resistant parasites. And the pillar 4 is stimulating research and innovation, underlying innovation to leverage existing tools and develop new ones. So, in applying pillar 4, one key component is to identify innovative approaches using currently available drugs to delay the development and spread of resistance. And I've highlighted that one specifically. So, how has WHO proposed and Nigeria considered implementing that? And this led to these proposed innovative strategies. The first of which is what we call multiple first-line treatments. And I'll talk about that. Then there's also the triple ACTs, where rather than 2 compounds in the ACT, a 3rd compound is introduced. For example, artesunate mefloquine, piperaquine, in a bid to delay the occurrence of resistance. And then there's rotation or cycling. But what is multiple first-line therapy? This is the use of 2 or more efficacious anti-malarial medicines in a population for the treatment of uncomplicated malaria. Most commonly, it is prescribed that it is done simultaneously. So what this means is that at country level, a decision is taken that rather than the past where we had a first line and then a second line anti-malaria, but to consider the drugs as multiple first lines, in which there are options to use any of them. The idea behind this is that you want to expose a specific parasite population to multiple anti-malarial molecules in a bid to prevent the emergence or delay the emergence or reduce the spread of any drug-resistant parasites. So it takes away the drug pressure from one particular drug and spreads that pressure across several drugs. That way, we are able to protect each of the individual molecules. So it must be a deliberate and managed intervention at all levels of the health system and the private sector. Because we know that most treatment for malaria occurs actually in the private sector. Over 60% of the treatment is occurring in the private sector. And it requires that all anti-malarial drugs used are effective. So, as a key strategy, because we know artemether-lumefantrine is the most commonly prescribed, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa, ACT that is used. So, multiple first-line therapies will naturally involve a reduction in the amount of lumefantrine that is used, artemether-lumefantrine, and an increase in the three others that are deployed in the country. And this is in a bid to protect particularly lumefantrine. Because as we know, one of the newer drugs that are coming up involves lumefantrine in combination with another molecule. So deployment strategies, currently the nation is adopting the simultaneous deployment strategy where they are given, they are all prescribed in country. Some places have used the cycling method, meaning that they would say for these 2 years, we are only going to use this molecule. In the next 2 years, we are only going to use that molecule. That's the cycling method, as against the simultaneous method where they are all pushed out together. And we know that by modeling, that for us to successfully deploy MFTs, then we must have each of the molecules being used in more than 35% of cases as a minimum cutoff, if we are using 2 drugs. If it's 3 drugs, it's 25%. And if it's 4 drugs, each of them must be used in more than 15%. So in country, artemether-lumefantrine, dihydroartemisinin, piperaquine, and pyronaridine artesunate are the drugs for consideration primarily for multiple first-line therapy. Artesunate amodiaquine is also under consideration. But the problem with artesunate amodiaquine is, as we know, amodiaquine is being used together with sulfadoxine pyrimethamine in the northern parts of the country and some southern parts of the country for seasonal malaria chemoprevention, where children between the ages of 3 months, 5 years are given these drugs every month for a 4-month or 5-month period during the peak of the rainy season. So that has already created a pressure on amodiaquine. And there's a worry in country that amodiaquine may start to fail based on that drug pressure. But currently, these are the considerations. So as I speak to this esteemed gathering, your roles are, there are many roles you play in deploying these strategies. Of course, we know that in implementation of malaria case management in line with our national guidelines, community pharmacy, as we know, it's one of the first levels of contact with the patient. And it's an area where these guidelines can be effectively deployed, and we expect to see maximal results from this. Then rational use of anti-malarials, ensuring that patients use these drugs for the right duration, at the right dosing, through the right route. We take the right precautions, and we're able to document that these patients achieve cure. Ensuring proper diagnosis before treatment. And this is something that can be deployed in all settings. Ensuring we are treating the right patients and we are not creating an unnecessary pressure on our medications. And these are something that we know have been deployed all over the world. Avoiding monotherapy and increasing utilization of the other ACTs under the MFT strategy. Of course, public health education and advocacy, which is a core role you perform. Ensuring access to quality medications, and then collaboration with other healthcare providers. So in conclusion, I want to reiterate that there's a massive burden of malaria. It's not a good thing. 1 out of 4 cases globally, 1 out of 3 deaths globally. Malaria, Nigeria is number 1. It's not a good statistic for us to answer. Despite enormous healthcare expenditure, the reduction in burden and mortality has been slow. we need to deploy effective interventions in a smart way to ensure maximal outcomes. And there has to be unison in appropriate practice across the healthcare system, and this will improve our outcomes. We need to test all cases before we treat and treat uncomplicated malaria with ACTs and avoid monotherapies. I thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Please, we'll be taking questions after their presentation. So just get those questions ready. Prof is still around.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished pharmacists, fellows seated. So my name is Wahid Yusuf. Sorry, good afternoon once again. My name is Wahid Yusuf. As men of honor, distinguished pharmacists, fellows present, let me take you on a journey on how we can join hands to eradicate malaria from Nigeria. As I said earlier, my name is Wahid Yusuf. I work for Symbiosis Limited under the Shimpong Pharma business here in Nigeria. So what we have here today, as Prof has said, is that there is there's a need to have something new. There's a need to get your patients on an anti-malaria that has not been proven to fail when it comes to therapeutic failure. That is why we at PSL, Pharma Symbiosis Limited, and Shimpong Pharma has come out with an innovative solution to malaria treatment, and that is Pyramax. You have Pyramax here to my right. As you can see it here, Pyramax is an anti-malaria, an ACT anti-malarial that contains pyronaridine and artesunate, tablets and oral granules. And today I'll be showing you why Pyramax is the latest ACT treatment recommended by the WHO for the treatment of acute, uncomplicated malaria. Because Pyramax is potent. Pyramax is reliable, and Pyramax is very simple to use. What we have today is that when patients come to us in our practice, I can say categorically that a lot of us, the first thing that comes to our mind, when you see a malaria patient, actually, the first thing that comes to your mind to dispense is AHEL, artemether-lumefantrine. That is majority of the case. If I should ask by a show of raise of hand, we'll see that that is majority of the case. Even as we've seen here, AHEL is still the top in the multiple first-line therapy because it's a standard of care, the current standard of care for malaria. But right now, we are saying that just as back then, 15, 20 years ago, when we were moving from chloroquine to AHEL, there is something new in town. So now what we are saying is out with the old, in with the new, with Pyramax. Because Pyramax has been shown, when you look at my screen, you see that when it comes to the major concern with AHEL is treatment failure. And this is the WHO map that speaks to that, where you see that artemether-lumefantrine has been coming up with resistance all over Africa, particularly Nigeria, and same with other ACTs that are out there. But what we have in Pyramax, pyrrolidine artesunate, is the only ACT of its kind that there is no resistance to it in Nigeria currently. And we're working on sustaining that. As I said, Pyramax is potent. Why is Pyramax potent, you might ask me? With that, you will see as we go in this presentation. But before I get to that, Prof mentioned resistance and resistance drivers. And these are the things that actually led to what we have today in the decline in the potency and efficacy of ACTs. First is drug pressure, as you have said, when you have only one drug being used by larger population. Yes, you have subtherapeutic drug level where you have several generics, and the fact that you cannot account for the potency, the concentration of the molecules in the drug. Then we have low adherence. AL, as you know, has a very rigid dosing regimen, 0 to 8 hours, then you go 12 hourly. How many of us actually does that? For the complete treatment with an AL, how many of us actually complete that dose religiously? I would say not many of us will be able to do that because of the way it is done. And then we have reduced drug sensitivity. So out of all this, the two major drivers actually are those treatment-related drug pressure and the patient's low compliance to the ACTs. That is why WHO, the Nigerian Treatment Guideline, and several other health organizations are saying that there is the need to adopt a new ACT. And that is why we are here. That is why Shimpong Pharma and Pharmaceuticals Limited has brought the solution to resistance malaria to you when it comes to your patients in Nigeria. Distinguished pharmacists, fellows present, I present to you Pyramax, the solution to acute, uncomplicated malaria, resistance malaria, P-Vivax malaria, P-Falciparum malaria. I present to you Pyramax. So, as I said, Pyramax is potent. Pyramax is reliable. Pyramax is simple. If we don't leave here with anything today, we must leave here with this. Pyramax is potent. Pyramax is reliable. Pyramax is simple. I will show you this. But before I go on, please, we have a box. We've given out to everyone. Or if you don't have a box, you have a sheet. So what you do is that basically there are questions in the box, or there are questions there's a question in the sheet. So just answer the question based on what Prof has said and based on what I'll be discussing with us. And once you get your answer correctly, you come to our booth. That's at Pharmasymbiosis, and you're going to get very nice gifts. We have goodies for you. Just come to our booth with your question. And I'm very sure everyone here, if you listen to me quite attentively, you easily get the answer. So please, let's go on this journey, as I said. Pyramax is potent. But what is Pyramax? Pyramax contains pyrrolidine and artesunate. So Pyramax is a fused dose combination of pyrrolidine artesunate. It is the first and only ACT with this combination. And it is the latest treatment, ACT recommended for the treatment of acute uncomplicated malaria in both P-Falciparum and P-Vivax. It is also WHO pre-qualified. And that speaks to the potency. So for pyrrolidine, it's actually a managed base. In benzonafthridine derivatives, that is a blood schizonticide. It works in the blood stage in the malaria parasite life cycle. And what it does is that the pyrrolidine we have in Pyramax binds to the heme that is produced by the malaria parasites, preventing the heme getting detoxified. So the food vacuole of the malaria parasite is congested with toxic heme. This toxic heme actually self-destructs the malaria parasite, and then the parasite is killed. All the parasite is killed. Another benefit of pyrrolidine is that it has a longer elimination half-life, 14 to 18 days. So it speaks to the coverage, which we will see as I go on in my presentation. As I said, Pyramax is potent, and that's one thing you will see from here today. As I said, the potency of Pyramax has been shown. Pyramax has been shown to have a very high and sustainable cure rate, with 99.8% cure rate at day 28 after the first dose in patients. And even at day 42, you have a cure rate of 99.6%. And this is not just instantaneous. It is actually sustained over time. Remember I said that the elimination half-life of pyronidine in Pyramax is approximately 14 to 18 days. So you have a longer coverage with Pyramax, amongst other things, which we'll see. Number two, when it comes to potency of Pyramax, is the rapid parasite clearance time. I can tell you exactly the fastest we have currently because in less than 24 hours, your patients, your clients are feeling as if they never had malaria. When a patient takes Pyramax in less than 24 hours, in that same day, person is ready to get up and go. We have real-life studies and how to back this up. And also, Pyramax has enjoyed usage in over 2 million Nigerians currently, and they've actually testifies to this. Number three is the post-treatment protection that gives way to less recurrence. We know the problem with ACT resistance is actually that there are always some hypnocytes and all that are hiding in the liver. Even though one of the molecules clears rapidly, then you still have hypnozoites that come out and actually cause recrudescence and relapse. But for Pyramax, it has been shown that with Pyramax, there is lower rate of recurrence, both reinfection and recurrence in Pyramax. And this is because at day 28, Pyramax still gives an efficacy of 96.9%. When you compare it with AHEL at 10 meter mercaptan, at that time, we'll be giving you like 82%. And at day 48, you have 81.5% efficacy of Pyramax still in the blood system, in the bloodstream, compared to AHEL at 67.4%. That is why I've been saying that the potency of Pyramax is compared to none. But not just that, Pyramax is actually very reliable because you might be wondering, it's kind of a medication, really, how does it apply in real life? So in real life study, in a real life setting, Pyramax has been put to test and Pyramax passed the test excellently. WHO has an effectiveness threshold of 90%. Pyramax effectiveness is 98.6%. As above that of WHO at 90%, as above AHEL at 89.8%, as above artesunate and modafinil at 89.7%. Briefly, Pyramax is very simple to use with a once daily dosing regimen. Can be taken with or without food. You don't need to worry, your patient will not get tired or they'll be saying men as cheese. No. That's not Pyramax. Pyramax will give you that safety, that coverage, and that effectiveness without those adverse effects. It comes in child-friendly granule that you can reconstitute in water, in juice, in milk, what have you. Because this actually helps with the tolerance. And scientifically, clinically, real-life studies have proven, as Prof has said, in one of the studies that was done, a reference is the Professor Catherine Faladay study. That is actually a study that was done with Pyramax. It has been shown in patients, both adults and children, that Pyramax is well tolerated. So basically, for the dosing, there's a chart. It's weight-based dosing. But the compliance is the thing that we have here. Because Pyramax has a reported compliance of 94.5% in the over 2 million patients I mentioned earlier. And we're still counting. We're going to get to 100% with this because with the help of everyone, with you and I, when it comes to compliance, Pyramax should be your drug of choice to that. So, you might be wondering, I've talked about Pyramax, I've talked about AHEL. How does it compare with other ones in the first line category? Particularly DHAP and, of course, AHEL. Pyramax is taken one daily. What about that? Pyramax is the only one, the only ACT currently that has the same efficacy whether taken with or without food. So there is no GI effects. Pyramax is the only ACT that is indicated for both Plasmodium falciparum and Plasmodium vivax malaria. Pyramax does not come with a limitation in the number of treatment per year because it does not prolong QTC in your patient. There's absence of QTC prolongation. There's absence of cardiotoxicity, and there's the absence of elevation of hepatic enzymes. That is superior to safety because I might not get there. My time is up. But really, Pyramax should be your drug of choice when you have those kind of patients that you're concerned about in terms of safety. So there is only 2 packs for the entire age range, the tablets and the granules. So as I said, and I'm about to end. So basically, Pyramax is potent because we've been able to establish that that's an excellent curate, which is sustained over time. Pyramax gives the rapid parasite clearance in your patients. And Pyramax has longer post-treatment protection. I dare say, 6 months down the line, your patients will come to you and they'll still don't have malaria. Pyramax, when given adequately and compliantly with the dosage regimen, can give your patients up to 6 months malaria coverage. Reliability. With a confirmed real-life study, over 7,164 patients in real life used this, and reliability was 98.7%.
Thank you.
Simple to use. Giving once daily, a boost for compliance, child-friendly granules. Please don't forget, your questions, please answer. Come to our booth, get your gifts, and please let nobody leave here today without a box of Paramax, because your patients need this, your clients need this, and they need to benefit from this.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. Wow. It makes having malaria very interesting. Someone was asking me, can I have malaria now? I said, receive it. All right, so please, questions for Prof. We have just 2 slots for 2 questions. 1, just 2 slots for questions for Prof. Prof, these questions are for you, sir.
Prof, thank you for that beautiful and well-informed presentation on malaria. But my own is just to find out whether there's been any findings about what has just happened of recent. We all aware that NAFDAC in their recent release advised that due to stability problem, they are withdrawing all the AL suspensions, So, but in practice, and I'm even happy you're a pediatrician, has there been any failure recorded with this formulation, with this AL, in solution in powder for the Constitution? I want you to share your experience with us. Thank you.
Do I take the 2 questions?
Thank you, Prof. I just want if you could take us back to the slide showing drug treatment in pregnancy, because I saw some things I could say new to me now, at least it's just coming to me as an information. So if you can show us that slide, we want to know what is the new policy concerning treatment of malaria in pregnancy.
Okay, I can just speak to them. Thank you very much for the very insightful questions. So regarding the first one, so the thing is that artemether-lumefantrine has always been recommended that either the tablets or the dispersible tablets, because of the problem of its stability in solution. So that's a recommendation that has always come from the WHO. But we know that they were able to achieve some stability in solution as it is. If you ask me for practical experience, I haven't had any incident where because it was a solution, it was a suspension that was given, that is why it failed. I haven't experienced that at all. But in terms of the studies that we do, because we do a lot of malaria studies, in all the studies, as a rule, we either use the dispersible tablets or the tablets. So we haven't tested the suspension in clinical trials. So that's why I can't speak to it in research settings. But in terms of practical use, I haven't had that. Yes. Well, I can just speak to the issues in pregnancy. So in the first trimester of pregnancy, the previous recommendation used to be quinine and clindamycin for 7 days within the first 3 months of pregnancy. But it has moved away from that to artemether-lumefantrine. Of course, we know that you cannot conduct studies or using any drug within the first trimester of pregnancy. So we just have to wait until we have sufficient incidental exposure, meaning that someone takes it, she doesn't know she's pregnant, and that type of a thing. So it's where it has been sufficiently dated and that data analyzed, we can now say, okay, very clearly, there is no risk with using this drug. So we have that for AL because it's been used for so long and so many doses. So I didn't show that, but there's a clear meta-analysis that has shown, compared with quinine, the rates of miscarriage, the rate of stillbirth, the rates of congenital anomalies are not higher with artemether-lumefantrine than the others. Now, it's not as if the other drugs are not safe in the first trimester of pregnancy, but we don't have enough data yet to be able to make that recommendation. And that is why we still stick to first trimester artemether-lumefantrine. Second and third trimester, all the ACTs are safe. All the ACTs are safe within the second and third trimester. So pyronarydine, DHP, artesunate amodiaquine, they are all safe. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please let's celebrate Prof for that fantastic presentation. On behalf of ACPN Lagos, we say big thank you to you. And please, if you want to do them very good, please visit the stand of Pharma Symbiosis. And then Paramax is your new friend to kill and to fight malaria parasites. So they've given out questions, and I'm not sure if the same question that everybody has. But if you don't know the answer, you can go to cloud.ai, Abi. Can we use cloud.ai to answer it? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, up next quickly is product presentation by Ayuba Pharmaceutical Limited. After that, we go for the second masterclass powered by New Heights Pharmaceuticals. Please, a round of applause for Ayuba for their presentation.
Permit me to stand on existing protocol. And to this end, I say good afternoon to everyone here. My name is Olajide Tosin Ashaolu from Ebe Pharma. I want to use this opportunity to also appreciate everybody here present for your support for our ranges, most especially our Antimax, which is a Amatem softgel. And you have also extended that to our Daravite ranges. And to this, we say very thank you. But to this end, we want you to know that the reward of the work well done is more work. And that's why we are here this afternoon to let you know that we also count on you on our Daravite ranges. And we are Oliver Twist, as you know, and we know that you are capable. From where you have brought us and where we are presently, you are also capable to help us in order for us to achieve our goals as regards the Daravite ranges. And to this afternoon, we are taking the roles of nutritional supplements in medical practice, the evidence-based nutritional intervention. So, this is Elbe Pharma, and to this, you can see that we are indigenous. We don't need to tell you this again. Then, we are the industrial leader. Come to Daravite ranges, come to Antimax in the market. Then, you have tested us for over 30 years, and you can trust us for this. So, we are taking the case of a malnutrition because we are dealing with Daravite ranges. And as we can see in that broken plate, it indicates that something is missing out. And that's what has caused some issue in those malnutrited children. Then we have the eating hunger. The eating hunger have been traced for us not to have the adequate nutrients that is expected in our daily meal. And these have caused some other issue that we need to rectify through supplementation. Then as we can see that this fish is being deflected is basic because of malnutrition. And one of the causes is the factor is the economy. And as we know where we are as regards the economy today in Nigeria, that is one of the factors that we need to take into consideration when we are also prescribing the Daravite ranges for people. Then what are the things in order for us to do in order to bridge this gap of malnutrition? We have the diet diversification, food fortification, and synergy. And the synergy is to combine the food with also supplementation. So I introduce to you Daravite multivitamin, which is our unique our unique blend of soft multivitamin, gender, age, and therapeutical specific. So these are the ranges that we have in Daravite ranges. So here I present to you our Daravite Mom and our Daravite Mom Plus. And the only thing differentiating the Daravite Mom from Daravite Mom Plus is the addition of omega-3 fatty acid. So these are the unique composition and the benefit that your patients stand to gain when it comes to Daravite Pregmom. One thing that have stand us out, that is one thing that have made us to be above every other prenatals that are in the market, is the addition of amino acid in our Daravite Pregmom and Daravite Pregmom Plus. And what's the unique function of the amino acid in prenatal? Number one, we have added L-lysine. L-lysine have been known to build up the tissue in the body. And also, not only building up the tissue, it has also helped in absorption of calcium, zinc, and also iron. And we all know that zinc, calcium, and iron are also essential in this pregnancy stage. So there is another thing for us to take zinc, calcium, and iron, but there is a place of absorption. And this is the gap that L-lysine is also bridging for us. So it's not enough for your patient to take calcium, to take zinc, to take iron, but it's enough when you have something that can help in order to absorb this and make it useful for those patients. Then we have L-arginine. L-arginine have also been involved in regulating the uterine and also the placenta blood flow. Due to this, we know that the only system that brings nutrition to the foeta in the mother's body is through the placenta. And this L-arginine have helped so well in order for the foeta to also drain nutrition from the mother. Then we have inositol. Inositol has been one of those ingredients in a Daravite Pregmom that have also stand us out, and it improved the gestational diabetes. Then we have omega-3 fatty acid, which I've noted at the beginning of this presentation that is one of those things that differentiate the Daravite Pregmom and Daravite Pregmom Plus from others, which is also helped to promote, which contain the DHA and EPA, which DHA have helped to brain development, and also the EPA have also helped in the risk of pre-eclampsia. Then we have B complex. The B complex, as we know, we daily need this B complex due to their solubility in water. So they are daily required for our daily activity to provide energy. Then we have beta-carotene, which is natural, which is also help in vision development. Then the indication of Daravite Pregmom and Pregmom Plus. We have the nutritional support in pregnancy and lactation. It also helps in good foetal growth, development, and also carry them to term. Also, we have optimum support for foetal brain development. I've mentioned in the case of omega-3 fatty acid. Then we have the rapid maternal recovery after delivery. We have vitamin K there, which also a fat-soluble vitamin, which also help in postpartum hemorrhage. We have fetal and maternal immunity with all the nutrients, the vitamins that are in our Daravite Pregmom Plus, Pregmom and Pregmom Plus. Then reduce the risk of gestational health challenges.
Thank you, Helby. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for Helby Pharma. You can visit their stands for more information. Thank you very much. So we'll be having the final masterclass for today. And the topic is early arterial fibrillation detection in stroke prevention. This clinical masterclass is sponsored by New Heights Pharma. I want you to put your hands together for Dr. Ramon Moronkola, consultant physician and interventional cardiologist from LASO. Put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. Let me start on the existing protocol. I'm Dr. Ramon Moronkola, as introduced. You know, when I was sitting there listening to all the lectures, I listened to Prof. Kadiri when he was talking about his affiliation to Pharmacists. And I felt, I should have affiliation too. And I started thinking, who do I know? I didn't find anybody. But I realized that having a pharmacist for a very long time, I've attended lots of your programs. I said, that's enough for me now. If Prof said his father is a pharmacist, I am friend of the house of pharmacists. I think that's enough. Well, I know we are, because of want of time, I try to summarize our discussion. The crux of our discussion, the crux of the matter is, how do we take this disease, condition ravaging the society worldwide? How do we take it serious? And how do we help ourselves and our community? There are different aspects to discussing it. We have discussed, I'm sure I've attended some masterclass before. We've discussed some areas. But today, we will just do a short review and cone down on atrial fibrillation. Okay. Okay, I'll discuss using this outline. I love using this slide because I think 2018 was the first time that, if you look at the last slide on my system, okay, I will read it out. This is a guideline. I brought it up from a guideline. The last part of that page is saying what? The important role of nurses and pharmacists in education, support, and follow-up of patients with hypertension. Okay. So that means that it's not enough to diagnose patient hypertensive. Everybody involved in healthcare services must be involved. That's the only way a patient can get the benefit. A typical example, somebody comes to the hospital. Who are the people this individual is likely to encounter? First, the security at the gate that is opening the gate. He can influence the management of hypertension. How? He annoys the patient. When the patient comes to the office and you check the blood pressure, what will happen to the blood pressure? It will be high. Patient comes and says, he sits down in front of he's sitting and waiting. The cashier and other people are discussing. I'm just in pharmacist now. Okay. Afternoon. So they are discussing. Their discussion may either improve or mar the management of the hypertension. Why? They are just discussing, I don't believe all those hypertension. No. If I'm chill, I will take Agbo. It may just be a cleaner in your office. All those discussions, what are they doing? They are also impacting what? On the patient's management. So everybody must be educated and involved. So that's where when we come together and discuss these things, we all argue and bring our perspective. We come to common ground. We all agree on how to do it. So that when the patient gets information from a doctor, he comes to you, he's hearing the same thing. The nurse beside his house is getting what? He's hearing the same information. That strengthens the education the patient is getting, and what? That will inform attitudinal change in the patient. Okay. So, as I was saying, if we don't continue to educate ourselves, discuss together, argue, and have feedback and develop ourselves, what will happen? We may not be different from this guy. This guy, I'm sure in his area, he will have two names. Either they call him what? Doctor, or they call him what? Pharmacist. Chemist. They can't call him chemist, so someone that is giving drug. Either they call him doctor or pharmacist. But we know that what? He's a quack. He doesn't even know what he's doing. As someone is entering his shop, the person is talking, I have headache. I have this, he's already counting in yellow, blue, green, the yellow. Take. you go do all right. So that we don't end up like this. That is why we continue. The same thing can happen to anybody, either pharmacist or doctor. Imagine somebody that graduated 1988, and he said that, in fact, I'm a professor of pharmacy, or professor of medicine. I don't want to listen to anything. There's nothing anybody wants to say. By today, the person will still be defining hypertension as what? As maybe 180 or 160 over 100. Abi? Because he's not improving himself. It's not that he doesn't know, but he has not added to the knowledge. So, that man is not so different from this woman. Is there any difference? No. This woman is also selling something now. People don't know what they are doing. This one is claiming what she's selling will cure what? Will cure malaria, back pain. So, are they different from this woman too? This woman too is curing something. She's curing hunger, Abi? Okay. So, compared to a professional that's attending to the patient. Let me go back. So, quick one. I know we know what blood pressure is, but it's good for us to just say it again. Blood pressure. What's blood pressure? Sometimes patient will ask us, what is blood pressure exactly? Okay, it's the force that the heart is what? Exerting on the walls of the arteries. When we measure that pressure, we say it is what? Either it's blood pressure, high blood pressure, low blood pressure, normal blood pressure. So the pressure we get is what? Is the force the heart is exerting on the arteries. So we know the heart in two phases. The heart is pumping and is what? Is relaxing. Pumping and relaxing. When the heart pumps, the reason I'm showing you is because the patient will say, ask question. There are three figures. There's one up, the one down. Then there's a third one. What's the indication? The one on top is the number we get when the heart is contracting, when the heart is pumping. When the heart is relaxed, the number under is the one we get. The third number is what? What is the third number? The third number is the pulse rate. Exactly. It's the pulse rate. So it's just a way of educating our patients. So, I think there's something I'm not doing right here. Either I'm not pointing. Okay. So the first time blood pressure was talked about was early time. Somebody demonstrated there's pressure in our pipes, and he used horses. He just put a glass tube on the neck of the horse, and it shows that the blood rose very high. So what is hypertension? As I said earlier, somebody that was born in the 80s may say hypertension is 180 over 110. In the 90s, maybe they will say it's 160 over 100. Abi, we are saying it's 140 over 90. Some are even going to see coming down. We'll look at the latest thing now. But the question we want to ask ourselves is that why are we measuring blood pressure? Why are we saying some blood pressures, we have high number, we have low number? The reason is because we want to see those that require treatments. And why are we treating? We are treating because we want to prevent complications. Exactly. Complications. Death is not as important as other complications as far as hypertension is concerned. I tell my patients, especially we say, it's one thing that will kill a man. If I die now. In fact, I've tried. I'm not 75 years old. I'll tell them, no, anybody can die. You are driving on the road. Sometimes there's accidents. You understand? Anything can happen. Some people, they are in their house, there's armed robbery. But what we fear most is what? Is comorbidities. Imagine a 45-year-old suffering a massive stroke that will make him what? Make him dependent on others to help him. He will help him to toilet, come out. He can't go out, he's dead. And he will refuse to die until he's 75. It is a problem, isn't it? So those are the things. When somebody is telling us that, hey, if I die, it doesn't matter, beg, don't disturb me, I don't like this drug. You tell them, no, it's not about that. We want you to live good life. No matter how short the life is, let it be at least, let's manage, let's try. So, the definition of hypertension, and that is why you can see that the value keeps reducing, 180, 160, It is defined as sustained elevation in blood pressure, where the benefit of intervention outweighs the risk. That means, there's a risk in treating high blood pressure. What are the risks in treating high blood pressure? Dizziness. Patient will come to your phone and say, that drug is not good. Dizziness can happen. Men, the complication, reduced libido. Sometimes, okay. So there can be side effects. But we are looking at it. This person may have side effects. But if you don't treat, this person may have a problem. That is why the temperature keeps what? Keeps changing. So, I don't know what I'm not doing right. Okay, this is just, we don't need to overburden ourselves with prevalence of hypertension. What I want to say is that out of the deaths worldwide, let's say deaths that is due to non-communicable diseases, we have 17 million annually. Hypertension is explained for more than 10 million of it. That tells you how serious it is. In Nigeria, if you gather people in adults in Nigeria, one of them is hypertensive. If you gather 10, at least 3 point something of it. Abi? So that means it's what? It's a serious problem. You know, part of the problem of presenting not very early is that people have used the equipment. It is your turn now, and the thing is showing. Okay, so just like what I mentioned earlier, in Nigeria, the prevalence is what? At least 1 in 3 people. This is just a national survey of hypertension. Now, as I mentioned earlier, for every 2 millimeter increase in blood pressure, the risk of stroke, 10%. The risk of heart disease, 7%. What do I mean? If we agree that 140 is our cutoff, 140. If somebody has 142, it means the risk of heart disease increased by what? 7%. Risk of stroke increased by what? 10%. If you want to look at the burden, experience the burden of this thing in Nigeria, just go to any public hospital emergency and watch. Or ask your colleagues that are working in a government hospital. They will tell you, for almost 10 patients that come to the hospital as emergency, maybe like 5, 6, 7% stroke. Adult, young, different ages. So, the good thing is that if you treat it, patients get better. So, what is the value? Why are we measuring blood pressure in the first place? Let's just cone them down. Number one, it is what? It is to screen for elevated blood pressure. That's the first reason. Second one, to make diagnosis of hypertension. There are two different things. Elevated blood pressure is not the same thing as hypertension. That's the newest guideline. To allow titration of antihypertensive medication to achieve control. That means somebody is taking BP drug. How do we know that the drug is working or not? We have to check the blood pressure, isn't it? Now, monitor stability of control over time and also to monitor for hypertension. Some patients will say what? I'm taking my drug, but I'm not feeling well. You will not describe it to you, I'm not feeling well. If you say you're not feeling well, what's the first thing that will come to the mind? Malaria, isn't it? And that's what they'll be discussing. Malaria. If you check the blood pressure, that may just tell us the solution. This patient's blood pressure may be what? Maybe 90 something. So maybe that is why it's not. Because someone's blood pressure is low, the person can't function. If you walk some distance, you feel very tired. The muscles need blood to function. If there's no energy, you feel tired. So that may just be the problem the person has. So if you don't measure blood pressure, you may not know. Okay. I just want to... A condition such as hypertension, which intrinsically consists of an alteration in patients' BP levels, is commonly diagnosed and managed based on a few hastily obtained office BP measurements. Can you relate to this statement? Most times, can you quickly let me check my blood pressure? Somebody checks it. You reply, it is high or you're hypertensive. No. Measuring blood pressure is the foundation of cardiovascular disease management. Measuring blood pressure adequately. So that means attention should be placed to what? To properly managing blood pressure. That's why this man, Zanchetti. So you cannot depend on, this thing is good, may alter your decision, may alter this person's performance in the other room. It may alter is going to work easily. Yet you are not paying keen attention to what? To the process of diagnosis. So, this was what, as far back as 2000, British Medical Journal. This is at the point where people start thinking, okay, hypertension. We have campaigned about hypertension. People are saying, oh, it's true. Are we talking about how the blood pressure is properly measured? This is the first time they started talking about it. Okay. I'll quickly talk about this Master T, 25-year-old nursing student who came to your clinic to measure his blood pressure. His roommate slumped during a football match a day earlier. This may be your neighbor that just entered your pharmacy store. He checked his blood pressure at the casualty. In that same evening, it was 174.98. So, he came the next day. But he told you a week earlier he wanted to donate blood. And they check his blood pressure. You know, normally when you want to donate blood, they check your blood pressure. It was 138/80. Nobody in his family is hypertensive. His normal weight. But in your office, you check his blood pressure, it's 170/110. Everything is fine. Can we say this person is hypertensive? Any response? Can we say this person is hypertensive? We are not sure, Abi. Or we can say no, isn't it? Aha. Okay. So, the latest guideline is paying more attention on blood pressure measurement. And to measure blood pressure, we know we need three parties in measuring blood pressure. Living and non-living thing. The most important of that party is number one. Is the blood pressure monitor you are using to check the BP. It's garbage in, garbage out. You use wrong blood pressure monitor, you get a wrong reading. Second one is what? Is the patient itself. You are measuring the second party. The third one is observer, which may be there or not. Sometimes you are measuring the blood pressure yourself, so you don't need a third person. So a blood pressure monitor is very important for us to get what? Accurate reading. We know we have manual, auscultatory, we have what? Automated. In the past, if you remember, the last time we had this engagement I was involved in taking this part. We were saying those our oscillometry, the automated blood pressure, they were like second line. Like the most important was still the manual. That was then. Things have changed. So this is the history of how blood pressure monitor was developed. But the caution, like I mentioned earlier, the machine has no brain of its. We are the ones that will use our own, isn't it? How do we use our brain to what? To help ourselves. It's by choosing the right machine. That's the caution. The machine has no brain. So, what constitutes a right machine? It means a machine that has been validated for the patient population you want to use it for. There are different populations. Adults, children, pregnant women, elderly. You understand? Validation involves what? The equipment you want to use has been previously what? Validated. It's a long, tedious process where the company producing the machine will submit it to international organizations that will go through all those steps to say, okay, actually this thing is measuring accurate. What this machine is getting, same thing as what? As a standard measurements. Unfortunately, only about 15 to 20% of all the BP machines are validated. So if you go to a market, close your eyes and pick 10 BP machines, maybe only 2 of them will be validated. That is dangerous. We are bringing in products, people are using, they are not validated, people are checking their blood pressure, there will be argument. You check, you say it's high. When you get to the shop, pharmacist will check, it is different value. That's the problem. So there are lots of organizations that involve in validation. And we must ensure that we cross-check and find out that this machine that somebody wants to put in my shop to sell, or I want to tell my client to buy, it's a validated product. So what are the things involved in validation? There must be design, data collection, curve size selection, reporting. If you want to confirm whether the machine is validated or not, Stride, www.stridebp.org. There are different sites, but at least there are sites where you can go. Someone is bringing a machine to your office. Look at your name. It's not called, oh God have mercy machine. You have to go and check whether it is correct or not. Okay. So, we're talking about blood pressure measurements. We are talking about the clients. How do we measure blood pressure accurately? This picture, we should try and imagine it in our mind. Imagine this picture. So that anybody checking blood pressure should be sitting this way. Anytime you are checking someone's blood pressure, the person should be seated this way. And there are criteria that person must fulfill when you are checking blood pressure. I will talk about patient preparation. So I mentioned earlier, you measure blood pressure in your office. The other option is we'll measure it outside the office. The one measured in your office is the office blood pressure. What is the problem of office blood pressure measurements? That is why even if that man comes to your office every morning. Please, Pharm, I want to check my blood pressure every time. I want to check my blood pressure. I advise him to buy his own and use in his house. There's a difference between what he's checking in your office and what he's going to get when he checks in his house. Research was done. They kept patients in a room, consulting room. They are measuring the blood pressure continually. Only the patient is there. They are looking at the blood pressure. Then the doctor will come in, not talk to the patient, do something, and go out. The other sometimes he will come in again, do something, and go out. They notice that each time the man comes in, the blood pressure will go up. Then what? Comes down again. You can see all the blood pressure when nobody in the room. Basal, it is around 120 maximum. But this same group of patients, when somebody enters the room, blood pressure went up to 140. That is significant blood pressure difference. So also, office blood pressure has poor reproducibility. Somebody comes today, you check the blood pressure. The same person, nothing. Comes in 2 weeks, you check again. The difference can be as much as 30, 40 millimeter of mercury difference. That means maybe you're getting 130 this time. The next time it's coming, it's maybe 150. That's significant. So that is why out-of-office blood pressure monitoring is the best. So somebody comes to the pharmacist, we must ensure we encourage the person to have his own machine, not just having his own machine. You must teach him how to use the machine. As I was joking with somebody last time we were discussing, I said, if you have a product you are selling, somebody comes to buy it, and you are not able to educate the person on how to properly use it. Have you completed your service? Have you completed your service? The person should pay half price, have you? Half price now. So that because you are selling a product, part of your responsibility is to also know the advantage and how to explain to the person how to use the machine. You don't want to sell sell a product to somebody that he will just abandon after some days because it will give him a problem. So we have to advise patients on all we mentioned. Okay. So this is just one of the validated products. This is Omron product. We will talk more about them just in a few minutes. So there are so many studies that have shown that blood pressure, when a patient is also measuring his own blood pressure, one, their blood pressure tends to be controlled on time. Two, they tend not to develop cardiovascular complications. So many researches listed here in so many patients. So, the third of the option is ambulatory BP. This one, patients carry it home, you check the blood pressure, they come back, it is analyzed. Okay. So, look at what the guideline is saying now. The second part. He said, out of office BP measurement is recommended for diagnostic purposes, particularly because it can detect both white coat hypertension and mask hypertension. So, I mentioned earlier that before, this out of office should be what? Second line. We say office is most important, but now what he's saying is what? That out of office BP is most important. So, when a patient comes to your office to check his blood pressure, you are not trying to diagnose hypertension. What you are trying to do is what? Is to screen for elevated blood pressure. You are screening for elevated blood pressure. Blood pressure is elevated. You say, okay, fine. Can you go home and two options? Go home, measure your blood pressure at home, or do ambulatory BP. I will show you how we could do that now. So then when the patient comes, you now categorize. Is it normal? Is it elevated? Is it what? Is it hypertension? So, how do we say someone is hypertensive? We say office, we know that already. 140/90, Abi. But for home BP, the one person is checking at home, 135/85. It's not the same thing, no. 135/85. So, as I mentioned earlier, patient training is very important and we must provide information. Patient preparation. The man enters your office, wants to check his blood pressure. Oh God, do you want to pee? Go and wee. When someone is pressed, what will happen to the blood pressure? It will be high. No coffee or smoking in the last 30 minutes. No food in the last 30 minutes. When you are checking it, the person should not talk, isn't it? The legs should not be crossed. Just like I showed you in that picture. Very important. So, that man that we say his blood pressure is elevated, I will show you elevated blood pressure. But what are we going to tell him to do? Go home, check your blood pressure, morning, night, morning, night, morning, night, for 7 days. How many readings are we going to get at the end of the day? 14 readings. Yes, 14 readings. But we'll discard the one for day one. So at the end of it, we have 12 readings. Each time he's checking his blood pressure, how many times should he check it? At least twice. Because when he's seated on the table comfortably, his hand is rested. Just like I showed you there. You apply the cuff, they check the blood pressure. The first reading, maybe slightly high. You wait 1 minute. The first time you wait 5 minutes. Wait 1 minute, you check. We get second reading. They can take a third reading and find the average of the last two. So at the end of the day, if the reading is what the person brings will now determine what will belong to 3 of these categories. What are the categories? He said that a blood pressure is not elevated. And that is what? It is less than 120/70, either office BP or home blood pressure. Less than 120/70. Either office BP or home blood pressure. If somebody comes and the average is less than 120/70, we say what? Oh, guy, your blood pressure is not elevated. Don't worry, relax. That day, I think you were scared. That's why the BP was high. Or it is between 120/70 to 140/90. That means it is higher than 120/70, but it's not up to 140/90 in the office. Or between 127 to 135/85 at home. What would we tell the person? You have elevated blood pressure, but it doesn't qualify for hypertension yet. Elevated blood pressure. Okay. So the third one is what? Is hypertension. Based on that, we can categorize people to white coat hypertension, mask hypertension, non-hypertensive or sustained hypertension. Based on the one at home and the one in the office. Okay. So, and I said these are the possible complication of whether someone has white coat, has mask hypertension, or non-hypertensive. Okay. Let me go to one part of the presentation that is very important that we don't really additional burden. Is in front of that, apart from elevated blood pressure, young man, or maybe blood pressure is not so high, but this person has a risk. Are we going to treat or not? A diabetic that has blood pressure of 140 is not age mate or someone that is not diabetic with the same blood pressure. They are not the same. Diabetic, cholesterol is high. You cannot compare the person with someone that has the same blood pressure but doesn't have that. So that's why the concept of what? Of risk is what? Is attached to blood pressure now. So you can see that people may have the same blood pressure but they are not treated the same way. We talk about the risk. And that's why they come up with this kind of chart that will place people at low, medium, or high risk. But very important. Let me quickly talk about this case. 48-year-old professional footballer. Suddenly, he woke up and found out what? His right arm and leg weak. No smoking, no alcohol. He's not diabetic, no hypertensive. Blood pressure. He has been checking his blood pressure before. And average 122/34. What category is that? 122/34. At home. You understand? At home. It's just elevated. Abi? Elevated. But how you are racking your brain? This guy, how can you have stroke? Abi? That is part of what we are discussing now. Home ECG and AFib awareness. So atrial fibrillation is a leading preventable cause of ischemic stroke, which early detection can help in the treatment. Why am I saying that? There are young people that may just develop stroke, and you find out why are they having it. Sometimes atrial fibrillation is the cause of this problem. So let me quickly just tell you what it means. You know, if you place your hand on your pulse, how do you feel it? You feel, isn't it? For those that have atrial fibrillation, their own will be like, it is what? How can you describe that kind of pulse? It is chaotic. Chaotic pulse. Chaotic. So, we can see the heart has 2 chambers up, 2 chambers down. What happens is that what determines the rate of the heart, it is by one small chamber above the atrium up there. It determines how the heart will pump. Sometimes, the atrium themselves, they go haywire. They started determining how they pump. And they can start pumping very fast. Sometimes up to like 450 times in a minute. That is quite fast. The only luck we have is that what? That God help us put one natural gatekeeper between that 2 upper chamber and 2 lower chamber that tries to what? To bounce out any unnecessary pulse. So that person may have his real pulse may not be what? Maybe 120, 130, 140. But the real thing that would have happened if everything was passing, well, that is not sustainable. The heart will stop. what happened is because that thing is chaotic, what will happen? Blood clots can form in it, and where will the clot go? Can go to the brain and cause stroke. And that's what we fear the most. So, quick one, in the what? In the guideline now, we are talking about cardiac electronic devices used to what? To monitor high atrial rates. So now we are thinking of some electronic devices that can help us what? But monitor atrial. Imagine, that was what we were imagine like 5 years ago. Imagine you have a BP machine that when it checks your blood pressure, it notices, the BP machine notices on abnormal, say you have high risk of so and so. You will quickly go and do what? And check, do your ECG properly and check. Because that's what we use. But if your machine can screen, that's what we're imagining then. But now there are machines that can do that. And that's been advocated what? In the management, education is very important. So we must create awareness so that people will not say, don't wait for events to happen. Let's all actively look for it. So if you check your blood pressure and you see that there's irregularity, you quickly go and see the doctor or do your ECG. So hypertension is one of the things that can cause atrial fibrillation. And apart from stroke, atrial fibrillation can cause so many things, including depression, heart disease, so many things. I'm trying to round out. Up to 80% of premature deaths can be what? Can be due to stroke and preventable. This machine, I'm sure if you visit Home Run, their new house Sunday, will show you how it works. It can actually take one ECG and tell you whether. So someone is coming to your office to check. Is getting additional, or somebody who is buying a machine and you think the machine is more expensive than the ordinary one. There's a reason, and these are the benefits the patient will get. Okay, in summary, measuring blood pressure appropriately is key to managing hypertension. Hypertension can only be diagnosed following a laid-down methodologic approach, like I mentioned earlier. There are methodology that must be adopted. Beyond measuring BP numbers, additional BP burden must be what? Investigated. Atrial fibrillation is a major cause of CV burden beyond the effect of hypertension. Early and appropriate referral is required to save life. Remember these patients. This is not a drugstore. This is somebody's drug library. So you must be empathic with the patient. Thank you for your time. You've been wonderful on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's celebrate our doctor for that fantastic presentation. We would have loved to take questions, but our time is really fast spent. All right. I understand Lawal still has a presentation sponsored by New Heights Pharmaceuticals. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol to save our time. I won't take much of our time. I just want to continue where Dr. Moronkola stopped to look at our roles in measuring or finding out about atrial fibrillation in the community pharmacy. I don't know where my slides are. My slides are not here. Okay. So let me just continue from where I stopped. So atrial fibrillation is a leading preventable cause of ischemic stroke, for which early detection and treatment are critical. And we'll just briefly look at the risk factors. Number one is borderline hypertension, smoking, alcohol, pre-diabetes, vascular diseases, heart failure, obesity, and physical inactivity. It's also good for us to have an idea what the symptoms are like, we have palpitations, shortness of breath, fatigue, chest pain, dizziness, poor exercise capacity, fainting, anxiety, depressed mood, disordered sleep. So when we have patients presenting with any of this, even if their blood pressure is normal, it's good for us to just help them out by finding out what else can be wrong. And I have these 2 cases to present. These 2 cases were recorded in my pharmacy. And the first one is, you will notice that I colored them, or I circled the one red, the other one green. The red one applies to the first case. Tabitha, a 30-year-old lady, healthcare professional. She had never been diagnosed hypertensive. She just complained of chest pain, and we decided to use home run complete to measure her profile. And we found out that she had normal blood pressure, optimal. Her blood pressure was fine, but it came out that she possibly had atrial fibrillation. So she's to see a cardiologist. The other person is an 85-year-old. He has history of hypertension. He's hypertensive. He's been hypertensive for about 30 years. He's somebody who has also had what we call subdural hematoma and had a surgery along that line. And because of that, he's somebody that is not to be on blood thinners. So for him, if he has atrial fibrillation, it's a big deal. Interestingly, we measured for his parameters, and thank God his parameters were fine. No sign of atrial fibrillation. You see, this have a good impact on patient care, because for him, he's happy that he has not exhibited any signs of risk. And for this other lady, we would have missed it because she doesn't even seem to have any risk factor. Age is still on her side. Unfortunately, many young people are coming down with different things now, and we have to come to the rescue. So you can imagine, today we've been talking about collaboration, we've been talking about research. You can imagine if we in Lagos State decide to do this in our pharmacies and we pull data, we might be able to help come up with what is happening in our state, in our communities. So I will encourage us to get this device and see how much we can help our patients, and then help the profession itself to be more relevant as we come up with relevant data that can inform decisions to intervene in the community. So that is the device we are looking at. This is how it goes. And thank you. That's all.
Thank you, pharmacist, for Adeyeye. Please, she deserves a super round of applause. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, today has been rewarding. Do you agree with me? I said, do you agree with me? Please look at your neighbor and ask your neighbor, did you learn something new today? Did you learn something new today? That is the reason for the conference. You can't come to the conference and go back the same way you came. So I want to say a big thank you to all our facilitators. I want to say a big thank you to all the partnering companies, pharmaceutical companies that at one point in time supported us to ensure that we keep learning and relearning. And we believe that tomorrow is going to come with a bumper package. Please don't forget, tomorrow we are starting 8 a.m. And we are starting with a motivational session. And tomorrow is also coming up with something very super for every one of us. And also tomorrow we have the zonal dynamics. Please, all the zones, get your presentations ready. Please, we are not waiting. If we call your zone and your presentation is not ready, we move on to the next zone. Because everything, we are working with time. So right now, I don't want to delay us for any other reason. On behalf of the planning committee, the chairman of the occasion, all the fellows in the house, and the executive of ACPN Lagos. I want to say a big thank you to you. Now we are all proceeding to the exhibition stand for the exhibition tour. We should have done this earlier, but we said we should suspend it to the end of the event so that we can all go together as a group and visit and patronize them. So, ladies and gentlemen, officially, this is the end of day 1 of 2025 CEC, powered by ACPN Lagos. And tomorrow we are going to arrive again at 8 a.m. for the final session for this year's conference. So thank you very much for staying up to this very moment. We have lots of gifts to be won tomorrow. We're having a Kahoot game, and we have lots of gifts. So many gifts to be given by companies tomorrow. Please ensure you arrive on time and you can be part of the beneficiaries of the amazing gifts that have been put together for every one of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself and my colleague that have anchored this program, I'll say a big thank you to every one of you. See you tomorrow by the special grace of God. Thank you. Please, if you have not been served, please remain by your seats. We are bringing more food inside the hall. Please, if you've not been served, just remain by your seats. We are moving it from table to table. So please just remain at your table so that we know the areas that have not been covered. And those that have not collected brochures, please, more copies will be available later today. Please, but if you don't get today, definitely you get your copy tomorrow morning. But for your lunch, please ensure you stay by your table so that you can be served. We all have meal tickets. So one of the tickets will be collected and your food will be served to you. So once again, thank you to all our leaders, to all our fellows. A big thank you to every one of you for staying till this time. And we pray that tomorrow we see ourselves in good health, in sound mind, and by the special grace of God, this conference will favor you and I by the special grace of God. Thank you, and have a good night rest. Please, exhibition tour is next. We are visiting the exhibition stands now. All exhibitors should expect the Pharmacists, ACPN Lagos, to visit you at this time. So prepare to receive us right now.
long-lasting relief for your knee pain. Silent Pass, just patch it. Back pain, Silent Pass, just patch it. Leg pain, Silent Pass, just patch it. Shoulder pain, Silent Pass, just patch it. Long-lasting relief for your knee pain. Silent Pass, just patch it.